Prologue, Volume 1. Reality is a garbage game. And, good and evil are so-so. These are things that I have heard throughout my life, although, well, 15 years is a short time to live. But it's something that I agree with, not because reality shows me that, but because of what I'm seeing right now. Elize, at this moment I will break my engagement to you. An attractive young man was yelling at a school event. That was his role in that world. A dating simulator game world. Your Highness, understand, that woman is not worthy of you. And not just any game world, but an Otome-themed one. Normally, an average Japanese guy like me shouldn't be playing something as absurd as a game for girls, the premise of which is to conquer unrealistically attractive guys. As usual, you're a woman feigning ignorance. I'll tell you more plainly than this, I won't marry you, a vile woman who thinks only of herself and is willing to trample on others to accomplish her goals. What the hell is that guy talking about? I mean, is it wrong to be selfish? Many scientific, literary, economic, and other advances were achieved through selfishness and by fulfilling their goals. In schools, they teach you that the world is black and white and that you have to obey the law. That is correct, but the world is grey. Not black and white. My divorced parents are proof of that. My mother cheated on my father with my aunt because she thought he was cheating on her too. But my father was just looking to fix an impotence problem by going to a specialist doctor who only sees me late at night. In the end, my parents separated and never spoke to each other again. From time to time I moved to the house of one of them to spend time together. Since summer vacation ends today, I came to Tokyo to stay with my dad for the duration of the season. My mother and aunt, who are now a couple, went to Hawaii for vacation while my dad works hard to pay for my college. Anyway, my parents' situation is not important at all. I was raised more by video games and forums than by my own family. You're wrong, Your Highness, I'm only doing what's best for you, but that woman next to you is manipulating you. Strong statements towards the girl who was being criticized not only by her fiancé. There were 5 other people next to her, 4 of them were other guys, and a girl of medium height was next to the prince. You're lying. What she and I have is true love, you just want to take advantage of my position so you and your horrid mother can benefit. Your heart like your face is horrible, ha ha ha. Why the hell are you laughing, you fucker? This guy, the Shining Prince, is an idiot who loves justice and kindness. That's why I'm repulsed by Otome games, they're so unrealistic in personality that they seem to be made with some program that throws random personalities. The reason I play it is because the developer that created it, is a small game company that has been becoming very famous. Part of that fame is due to a strange game they put out. I heard rumors on forums that the developers of the Otome game went to work with another team, which was making an RPG game about a fantasy world where there are flying ships and they use strange, almost giant robots as combat armor. I want to buy it, but it seems to be so popular that it sells out fast. The cashier at the store I went to recommended I buy this game. It was that same person who told me about this rumor. Maybe it's true since I've been getting into trouble fighting monsters so far in the story. I really like the combat and magic system. There's plenty of diversity so I don't get bored, but I hate having to choose glowing guys as my team members. After several hours of playing it, I finally completed it. Damn. I must admit that despite having grotesque romance elements and shirtless men, it really was an entertaining game. I saved the game, turned off the console, and stood up to stretch my body. A sound of a beast crunching I heard. It was my stomach asking for something to eat. It's almost 10 p.m, some family restaurant must still be open. I grabbed my purse, keys, and smartphone to go out to get something to eat. I was coming to a two-way street. The traffic light was red, a notification message came to me, I took out my phone to check who it was from. Seeing the content of the message, I made a grotesque expression. Really? Again? The message was one of those annoying spams that are sent by people who want to screw with your life. The message this time was weirder than usual, it said. Have you ever wondered that, if you were to die, you'd have a chance to start over? Whether it's somewhere in your hometown, a foreign country, or maybe another world. No doubt this message makes no sense, so I'm going to delete it. Oh, looks like the light is green, I'll erase it as I walk. Let's see, delete and lock, with that. Hey. I didn't realize it in time, but a light was coming towards me at high speed and then, everything went dark. I had just woken up after a very strange dream. I was staring at the concrete ceiling of the apartment in my house. I turned my head to look at the other things in my room, Everything was the same, nothing weird. Razel, wake up and come to breakfast. A woman's voice called out to me. It was my mom. I stretched a little and then placed my feet on the floor to put on my slippers. I walked to the door to open it, and on my way out, I walked a few steps and came to the kitchen, which was also the living room of our house. I, Razel Bartlett, am the firstborn of a family of gentlemen. At a small square table, my family was gathered. A big muscular man with a very serious face, his arms are as hairy as his chest, and you could easily mistake him for a mountain bear. He is the head of our small house of semi-nobles. Roland Bartlett, my father. At the other end of the table were two women. The small one was a girl who smeared strawberry jam on her face. She was my younger sister, Gina Bartlett. Next to her was a woman who looked young but clearly wasn't, my mother, Miranda Bartlett. All of us in this family have black hair and black eyes. Unfortunately, I am not the most favored since, unlike my parents who are attractive in some ways, I am something of the ugly duck in the family. I have small eyes that give the impression of being a badly drawn picture and unruly hair. My face is round like everyone else's, but somehow I don't look like part of the family when they see me. Strange shadows are under my eyes, and my parents thought it was leukemia or some disease I had, but it was just something similar to a strange mole. How unfortunate for me. After sitting down, we thanked each other for the food. O great goddess Alexia, bless this food that we will eat to have energy throughout the day. Blessings to the goddess and to us. I proceeded to eat my toast with blueberry jam, accompanied by a fried egg, bacon, and fresh goat milk from the supermarket. It was certainly a delicious and energetic meal. Razel. My father called out to me while I still had toast in my mouth. I turned to see him, and before I told him what I wanted, he said, "You will also accompany me to work today." In response to that, I choked on the bread. I was beating my chest due to the surprise of what I heard. I drank my glass of milk to down my food and then replied to my father. "Do I really have to go? I don't want to meet her again." My father had a very serious look on his face. I didn't even know if he was upset or not. But with a calm tone, he was telling me. "The Duke told me to take you. So you have to abide by the order. We are his vassals, so we can't do anything. It's just as he said. The Duke is the man we serve as his vassals. In this society, there are two types of people, those who are nobles and those who are commoners. The nobles are the ones who have privileges while the commoners do not. Fortunately for them, the country does not treat them badly, as they want to show that they are superior even in dealing with the riff-raff. As a house of knights, it is normal to be nobles, but not receiving the anti-name von means that we are neither official nobles to others nor commoners to the riff-raff. We are a grey and ugly dot, as well as me. I understand. I'll go get ready then. Thank you for understanding quickly. For a 7-year-old, you're pretty smart. I don't think that's a worthwhile compliment considering I'll be meeting that little demon. Fare you well." My mother was waving goodbye to us from the balcony of the condo. We waved to her as well before getting into a carriage. We were both in different places, the reason being that my father takes up a lot of space because of his burly body. Will I be like that someday? I hope not. I wouldn't want my arms to look like trunks and be almost 6 feet tall. Through the window, I could see the city and the people. It was an ordinary sight for me. Men and women wearing expensive and elegant clothes, on one side, while on the other side young girls wearing fashionable clothes and short skirts listening to music on their magic devices. Oh, that girl has the new Uphone magic player. Because of the magic element, it can store more memory, so it is good for places where the magic element is not very stable. Today's traffic is horrible, no doubt. My father said that despite being in a carriage, other people were using state-of-the-art automobiles. Automobile transportation is very advanced, but that means its value goes above 1 million Crystalia. Crystalia is the name of the official currency of the Arclight Empire. As the name suggests, it is a precious crystal made of light blue paper. We also use coins. Their system is outdated, so I think it should be updated. Coins of bronze, silver, gold, and the most expensive of all, white gold. 1 silver coin is not enough for a plate of food. But 10 silver coins are enough to buy bread and milk. 1 gold coin is enough for 1 lunch, while 1 white gold coin is enough to eat for 3 days. We are poor, so I have never seen more than silver coins. I would like to have money and buy things for me and my family. Razel, we are here. I was having many diverse thoughts as we inadvertently arrived at the gate of the Duke's mansion. The guard saw my dad and then let us through. The carriage is rented, it's like a cab. Since no one would send one to come and pick us up. Hey? What's a cab? As we entered the grounds of the mansion, I looked at a huge garden that looked like a miniature forest. There were beautiful bushes cut in the shapes of animals and fish. Exotic flowers the likes of which you would see only in dreams. Miniature trees of different colors. I don't quite understand why they are small and the colors, but everything was beautiful. After reaching the center of the grounds, lay the Duke's mansion. It was so big, no, huge is a more appropriate word. Its length is over 200 meters and its height of 50 meters. At least, if I am not mistaken, it is equivalent to 8 large neighborhoods in size. No doubt being rich is a wonderful thing. When we got off the carriage, my father said, "Wait here. I'll go tell the Duke we've arrived." The stairs up to the front door of the house were automatic. It is because they are quite a few steps. So automating them by magic element is the normal thing to do. I watched my father being carried up those strange steps that made a ZU sound as they took him all the way up. Once he was out of sight, I stood waiting with my head down watching my feet. I played with my feet as the reflection of the tile showed my face. At that, I heard a terrifying sound. Kuhomonir. I panicked and started to look to the sides. That voice, that horrible little voice of a spoiled little girl was the sound that terrified me. "Catch me! Hey!" The sound was high-pitched and seemed to be getting closer. As I lifted my head I saw it. A beautiful girl was falling from the sky towards me. It would be bad if something happened to her, so I stretched out my arms to catch her and then used a simple spell. Body magic reinforcement. A glow of a light blue color covered my body. This allows me to nullify a small amount of physical damage. It was in less than a blink of an eye when she landed on my face and my head embedded against the asphalt. Ha 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 ha, that was amazing. I was waiting all morning up there until you showed up. Hey, commoner, what's wrong with you? You didn't die, or did you? My head hurts, but not from her. It hurts. What's this? Images? No. They're real images, but these images are strange. It's strange. What's Japan? Summer vacation before entering high school? I've never known anything called a game console in my entire life. No. A light, there's a strange light approaching. That light is. Commoner, what's wrong with you? It can't be, Due to the images coming into my head, I let out a scream after getting up and ran out of there. Don't joke about it. I entered the small forest called the Garden of the Duke's house. I refused to believe it. This must be a lie. I'm still dreaming, ha ha ha. That's right, it's impossible for something like this to be possible. I must be in my bed, playing with my phone and watching funny videos on YouTube. I'm going to wake up from this dream right now. A tree was in front of me, I ran towards it to hit it and managed to wake up. Okay. Wake up me. Puh. That's the sound I made after hitting my head really hard. I could feel liquid running down my forehead and then down my nose. I looked up at the sky, it was covered by tree branches. Just as I looked like I was about to cry, she arrived. Hey, commoner, what's wrong with you? You ran off like a madman, do you have some contagious disease and have to be put down? Those horrible words came from this little girl. This girl who I hope is not who she thinks she is. I stood up and asked her to get out of the doubt. Sorry, can you tell me your name? Moments later, she slapped my face. How dare a commoner like you by asking that to your employer's daughter, know your manners first. My cheek hurt. It was the second real feeling I felt, but those words from this very proud girl, made me feel real what I fear, but as long as I don't hear her name, it will be just a dream. I am very sorry for my behavior. But the blow on my head made me forget some things. Humph, is that so? Because of the way my father raised me, I was talking to her like this to make it look like I really have a slight amnesia. She looked at me with a face that said she didn't understand what I was saying, but she didn't care and stood up. The sunlight falling through some branches bathed her in its warm light. With an elegant and refined touch, she took the edges of her red dress and bowed to curtsy. I am the daughter of Duke Rosenberg. Rejoice in my beautiful appearance. I, Elize von Rosenberg, am the little princess of this house, and you, the son of a vassal of my papa. Which makes you my servant too, Fufu. Hearing how proud of herself as she said his name, I asked her one last thing. Miss, just in case, are you already engaged? Hearing my question, she boasted. Indeed. 2 years ago, on my 5th birthday, my father officially engaged me to the 3rd Imperial Prince, His Highness Regulux. Astonished, isn't it? Are you amazed how a girl as young and beautiful as me has been chosen as the mate of our nation's prince? Oh, what's wrong with you now? I was screaming because of what I heard. This is the worst, there is no way something like this could be possible. But there is no doubt. Seeing her, hearing the name of the 3rd prince, and even more so, the name of this country. Arclight Empire. 3rd Prince Regulux. I grabbed my head and looked up at the sky in panic. No doubt about it, this girl, Elize. She's the villain of that game. I reincarnated in an Otome game. And what's worse? This game with powerful enemies capable of destroying the world. Without a doubt, this outcome is the worst unimaginably speaking. Chapter 1. The worst possible outcome. No, seriously, weren't there other options? This can't be possible. I was in a fetal position, clutching my legs and trembling because of the terrible truth I had just discovered. First, I am a reincarnate. That is, I died at a young age and my soul was sent to another world. I didn't know that the soul was really a real thing. But that's not what scares me. What really terrifies me is the fact that I'm trapped in a video game world. And that world is that of an Otome game. A dating simulator for girls. A world created to make a lucky girl able to conquer attractive guys and have her happy ending. Don't fuck me. I'm a man. I'm sorry I'm dead, but... Why does it have to be a game for girls? I mean, wouldn't it be a normal game like a normal simulator? Or even an erotic game? Why should I care about a bunch of attractive guys? I'd rather see beautiful young girls or mature women with huge breasts than hunks. But that's not the worst of it. Of all the Otome games out there, why did it have to be just that one? The latest Otome game was certainly a rarity among rarities. Despite having romantic elements, the strong factor was not that but its gameplay. Its RPG style was its real appeal. And that's what scares me more than anything else. The enemies in this world are something to cry about. It's just as I say. In this game, the normal enemies, sub-bosses, bosses, and especially the final bosses, the 4 great demon kings, were the true horror I didn't want to witness. Even a goblin or a slime are enemies to be feared. All monsters belong to the demonic race found on the Dark Continent. How they got here was never explained in the game. Their continent is in the center of the world, so the distance would be equivalent to going almost halfway around the world. Hey commoner, have you been acting weird for a while? In this continent, called Ixion, there are several countries, big and small. Poor and rich. Powers and oppressed by them. Hey, don't ignore me. To my fortune, this country is the ultimate embodiment of economic, labor, and magical prosperity in the world. So I don't have to worry about starving or being robbed. Hey, what did I tell you? As a major power, he is envied by many, so he has enemies everywhere. It's because of something strange like that that it's still in the system of feudalism. That's what they said in the game, so in this reality I consider it very strange. Stop ignoring me. I was kicked by a small foot and my face smashed into the ground. As I picked it up and spat dirt, I remembered who I was with. The cruel and despicable Villainess, Elize. She was a beautiful girl of my age. Her hair was long to the small of her back, silky like fine imported cloth. The color of her hair was a light blonde which was very golden. It shone in the little light the sun gave it. Her eyes were a bright red like cherries, matching her dress. Despite being a very pretty girl, as she grows up she will become a pain in the ass. Her attitude will be so horrible that she will make everyone hate her. She will be so arrogant and presumptuous that no one will get close to her, only her entourage, and that's because their families are vassals of the Duke's house. For that reason, her fiancé, the righteous and peace-loving 3rd Imperial Prince Regulux, will get fed up with her and in a key event will put an end to their relationship and start his happy life with the protagonist. In the end, this horrible girl sees 3 possible endings depending on her heinous acts uncovered. Life imprisonment with torture. Banishment to some faraway place. Death by hanging. Any of those 3 endings she will always get. Whether you reveal all her atrocities, she will lose. Personally, I don't care. I mean, she may be a spoiled brat now. But isn't she already horrible at this age? She hit me for disrespecting her, Well, I got what I deserved, but it's still horrible. She threw herself from a very high place, and if it wasn't for me using magic to resist her fall, we would have both died. Besides, now that I remember that almost every day I come here, she uses me as her personal plaything. All in all, she's a hateful girl. Commoner, stop acting like you don't know where you are. I looked at her annoyed since she doesn't know that I'm annoyed with her. It's easy to not pay attention to your surroundings when you're a spoiled brat. Anyway, let's go inside and play. She grabbed my hand and forcibly made me stand up to run all the way to the mansion. I didn't notice, but her hands like mine are small. That means I really woke up in a child's body. A very ugly one. In my previous life, I was also ugly, but I think this is a punishment. Sorry Buddha, or whoever was in control of my world. I'm sorry to be so lazy, but, why did you make me so ugly? We walked for at least 5 minutes to reach the mansion. There an elegant old butler with his long hair tied in a bun was waiting for us. Miss Elize, you mustn't do that. Yes. The little villainess seemed to rather accept that what she did was wrong but didn't make a big deal of it. The butler saw me and told me to go take a bath. A large Japanese-style bathhouse was near the mansion. It seems to have been built for employees who don't come in dirty. I went straight there. The bath was very refreshing and I was given used clothes until the clothes I came in were dry. Once I left the bathhouse, the little villainess was waiting for me. She was showing an obviously spoiled child pout. So slow. I apologized so she wouldn't bother anymore. I'm so sorry, but I had to wait for the healing wizard to arrive so he could close the wound. It was an advanced world and country for the most part, but the role of healers was the almost only means of healing wounds and illnesses. It was known as healing magic, and people thought it was only good for that until she showed up. We entered the mansion. The place was huge, not only from a child's point of view but from an adult's as well. The front door was about the same size as the back of a cargo truck. The little villainess didn't let go of my hand and we headed for the stairs. There was a small elevator. It seems that the staircase is just large and has numerous ornaments. From the elevator, I could see the numerous mirrors, vases, furniture, and marble statues. Everything was very elegant and for sure expensive. After going up to the destined floor, we got off and walked to a small vehicle. We got in it and she drove it. Actually, the situation leaves me more intrigued than amazed. What kind of strange and surreal fantasy world was this? We went around the same floor several times and then arrived at the destination place. It was a normal door, but it was made of gold and the knob was a diamond. She opened the door and we entered her room. It was the equivalent of a party room. We sat at a table and she served me tea. No kidding, real tea. It was iced and tasted horrible. Hours passed and the sun was setting. My dad probably must have finished his work. I think it's time for me to go. The little villainess heard me and stopped. We were playing doctor. She was putting gelatinous things on my back and then saying they were leeches. Hey, but are you still at risk of death? It's scary that, for a game, it really feels like one. My father must have already finished his work so he must be waiting for me at the door. She looked annoyed. Okay, but next time I'll operate on you. I'm scared. After getting off the elevator, standing in the large doorway were two men having a conversation. One of them was my father who was dirty, that's because he is the gardener. He is one of the best apparently since we have been serving the Duke's family pro almost 100 years. The man next to him noticed our presence and said, "Did you have fun, beautiful?" The man was tall, and thin, with wavy blonde hair, a thin mustache covering almost all of his mouth, blue eyes, and wore a very elegant and expensive brown suit. He was the head of this house, one of the 7 dukes of the empire. Alvin von Rosenberg. He didn't even ask me if I had fun. This was the difference between social classes. If the high-status one is not interested in you, it's the best thing for you. The Duke said to my father. I will contact you soon. My father bowed rather than say anything. I did too and we both proceeded to leave. Before I stepped on the magic escalator, the little villainess called out to me from behind. I turned to see what she wanted and she said, "I'll be waiting for you this Thursday." I didn't want to answer, so I just nodded. Apparently, she grimaced with pride at the sight of me. As we walked down the stairs, my father said to me, "Tomorrow you will go to the Principality Adventurers Guild. It's about time you registered as one." My father didn't say anything else until we got home. The next morning my father said he had some business to attend to, so I had to go alone to the Adventurers Guild. As in any RPG game, it was normal for there to be one. In every territory, there is a headquarters, which are connected to each other like a spider's web. I had to come by carriage cab. It sounds weird to say, but that's what it sounds like. I am outside a large building. It looks like a luxurious mansion as it occupies several streets in size. Upon entering, the view was definitely that of a medieval but modern place. The chairs were wooden, but the tables were metal. There were wooden glasses covered with silver which had alcohol in them. Silver and gold spoons and forks. There were men and women wearing different clothes. Some had copper or silver chain mail. Others had expensive armor made of monster parts or precious minerals. Weapons were simple: swords, spears, axes, bows, and rifles. Those who used rifles were undoubtedly nobles. In the game, only those who could afford the maintenance of firearms and buy bullets, which were not normal bullets but magic bullets with different elements, could acquire them. Of course, I am talking about the non-playable characters according to the lore of the game. There was also talk of nobles disowning adventurer work. This is very strange since when the Empire was still a kingdom, the most profitable profession and the one that boosted your status as a noble was being an adventurer. It seems that this is influenced by that game from which several things were inspired. As nobles are very self-centered and petty, many create pseudonyms to come and do adventuring jobs. So there's nothing wrong with being one if no one catches you, even if they are acquaintances they don't say anything. I approached the lady at the reception desk. I was amazed due to a beauty attending me. She wasn't just any beauty, she was a cat-eared beauty. "Very good morning, Naya. How can I help you, Naya?" She said it. She said a super cliché gaming phrase, but my virgin heart feels glad to hear that. In this country, I don't know if it's worldwide since the game never said it. It seems that demi-humans are treated coldly by various nobles. There are laws protecting them, such as humane treatment of commoners, but only as appearances to presume they are better than other countries. Hello, good morning. I would like to register as an adventurer. I'm 7 years old as of a couple of weeks ago and my father signed all this. The age at which you can join the guild as an adventurer is 7 and your parents approve. The legal age to live alone is 12, while at 13 you can already start working if you wish in something other than adventuring. At 15 you are officially recognized as an adult. You can drink alcohol, smoke, and even do things you shouldn't do with women who charge for a special service. In the game, this was never said, but on the forums, they managed to find out things the developers didn't want you to know. Understood. Everything seems to be in order, please your signature here. The cute cat-eared receptionist made me sign a sheet in which I agreed that the guild would not be held responsible if I ever died during a mission or after collecting my reward. How frightening it was. The language of this world was a mix between English and kanji. Since everything is written horizontally, it is easier to read and write. Ready, now to finish, please spill a drop of your blood. The receptionist was doing something, I couldn't see her as she was very small, but she came out of her place to approach me. She had a brown laminated credential. With a small knife, I cut my thumb, and then as if putting my fingerprints on it I pressed it down. A glowing magic circle appeared as she said. Congratulations! You are now a young member of the Adventurers Guild. You can visit any guild in the entire empire. Since you are very young, you can only start with quests within your limits. Beside my name was a big golden letter, it was my rank as an adventurer. I'm at the lowest of all, rank E. There are 5 ranks in total. Rank E is for newbies and children. Rank D is for those who have finished the tutorial and are starting their adventure. Rank C is for more skilled missions ranging from protection as escorts to bodyguards. Rank B is for experts and ranges from killing extremely dangerous monsters to being the personal captain of a nobleman. The most difficult to achieve is rank A, only those who are at the level of a knight of the empire can be recognized as such. In fact, they say that a saint of the sword comes to check whether or not you are worthy of rising to that rank as the country may ask you for help. It's a bit hypocritical if you think about it and at the same time very awesome. As an E rank, it means I have to complete missions like fetching cats, walking dogs, picking weeds, etc. The tasks no one wants. Funnily enough, I remember watching an anime where some adventurers refused to kill goblins, but D ranks are the ones who request it the most. Now that I have my adventurer credentials, I proceeded to leave the place, but not before overhearing a certain conversation. Hey, did you hear what happened to Klein? No. What thing? The poor idiot went into the lawless city to capture the king of eternal night. That guy must be one hell of an idiot if he thinks that Spawn Fortress can be penetrated by a B rank. Is he alive at least? As you think. He's good and dead, ha ha ha. They found his dismembered body at the entrance. Oh wah, how disgusting. Good thing the Empire doesn't stick its business in that place. Who knows how many of us would be treated like cannon fodder if we went in. Ha ha ha, you're right. The Night King, just hearing his name gives me the creeps, but it's not something I need to worry about since the protagonists will take care of it sooner or later. My real reason for being an adventurer is something else, so I absolutely cannot die for anything in this world. On Thursday I had already arrived without any problem. My father took me to the Duke's mansion. It seems he had something to talk to him about. Once I arrived, the little villainess did the same thing as the other time. Near. She swooped down from the heights again to land on me. This time I came prepared. I took out a magic toy made out of the slime. It's like some kind of inflated armchair, but it's actually a beach ball. Very weird this whole world. The little villainess landed sinking into the slime. It had a little button that you could deflate it. As she did so, the slime ball would shrink and get more and more wrinkled. The little villainess stood up before it deflated all the way and said to me. Looks like you really amused me more this time, phew. She made that strange sound while looking at me. Today we had a better time than last time. Now the tea was customary and there were rice crackers to eat. The sun was setting. Soon it would be time for me to go home. Hey, commoner! The little villainess called out to me. As I watched her, I noticed that her eyes were looking down at her plate and she seemed to be red in the face. Is she sick by any chance? Don't infect me if she is. Yes. She was giving little glances at her plate and my face, then, in a shy voice she said. Why, you have something to do this weekend? I replied with a simple, no. She brightened and gave a slight bounce for her raised shoulders. Now her tone toward me was humbler for some reason. If you don't mind and don't have any unfinished business. Would you mind coming to my party? A party, hey? It's a tea party. So your friends should come instead of. You're wrong. She suddenly cut off my words. Her look was getting more and more embarrassed and shy. It's not a tea party, it's my birthday. My eyes widened in surprise. If so, it's my very answer. It's just. She looked down at her plate as she answered me. I don't have anyone else to celebrate with but my family. Now, this is a surprise. I can't socialize with other girls until I'm 12 as my mother indicates. That's why my father asked your father if he had a son or daughter to be my playmate. I think I'm getting the hang of it now. And since we've been playing together for months, I'd like to be able to celebrate with you too. This spoiled little girl is all alone. She has no one to play with. I think that's the reason for being the way she was during the bullying events. But since none of this was ever revealed, no one could guess what she was hiding. I would like to come. But I don't have money for even a gift. Her eyes widened like saucers at my words. Her cheeks were red and her mouth showed her teeth covered with cookie scraps. No need for that, just you attending is enough. In that case, I'd be very happy to come, Miss Elize. Eli. Excuse me. I made a confused expression at what she said. She touched her fingertips awkwardly as she turned her head to the opposite side of mine. I let you call me Eli. That's what my parents call me when they want to spoil me. I find it very odd that I call her that, but what can you do? Miss Eli. Honorifics are superfluous. It's okay. Eli. Yes. I called her name, feeling very embarrassed for some reason. She looked at me expecting something. You can call me Razel if you wish. She nodded and said. Nice to meet you, Razel. Wow, I can't believe this villainess is so cute. Maybe I should help her so she can avoid becoming a horrible girl in the future. Well, I'll find out over the weekend. See you this weekend, Razel. Eli was waving goodbye to me from the big door. Her little hand stretched as far as she could afford. I waved goodbye to her too. As we walked down the magical stairs, my dad said to me. What do you mean, the weekend? Do you have plans, by any chance? Yes. I actually. My dad killed the good mood I was in with the next thing he said. As of today, we have finished our 100 years of service as a gentleman's household. The Imperial Palace sent me a document that says we are recognized as a baronial house without territory. Razel, we will move to the Imperial capital tomorrow itself. I could express absolutely nothing about what he said. If you have any business with her, you should go up and tell her. It would be bad for a girl, even if she is from the house of a duke. I already spoke to him and he gave me a letter of recommendation. I should go up and tell her, but that would end up much worse. It's better if she learns what deception means from an early age, so when the event happens where Prince Regulus breaks off his engagement to her, she won't do the crazy thing of attacking the protagonist with her magic. I hope it won't upset her as well. Goodbye Eli, our paths will never meet again. Chapter 2 The Calamity Witch can't be that cute. A couple of years have passed since the day I said goodbye to the villainous daughter of the Duke and moved with my family to the imperial capital of the Arclight Empire. The capital is the largest territory in the entire empire. Its size is equivalent to half of all of Asia. The structures range from modernized ancient buildings to more luxurious 21st century buildings. Depending on the area you live in, you will see more cars than carriages. We live in the southern part but in the farthest out and cheapest priced part of the apartments. My younger sister is now 10 years old, and my parents have added a new member to our family, my younger brother, Colin. He is 4 years old and already knows how to talk. Unfortunately, he is more attractive than me. Colin, your older brother wishes you a life full of beautiful women who want to be part of your harem. Oh, I forgot to mention this. At the age of 18, you will be forced to marry, whether you want to or not. The Imperial Palace decided this so that bachelorhood among nobles would not be a problem. Apparently, several years ago there was a problem with a low birth rate. Women were reluctant to marry because men were cretins. That was the excuse of the Otome game so that the protagonist could have several boys after her engagement and not cause trouble. The Empire supports and approves of having concubines. There will always be a legal wife. Mistresses are frowned upon among women, but not by men. In fact, for men, the number of mistresses represents how powerful they are. That is why the protagonist could be the bride of the prince as well as the heir of a duke and have no problems. But, because there is always one. In the game it was fine, but if we do it in reality, that would cause more of a conflict between the imperial family, the duke's house, and the other 3 houses involved. For that reason, I am afraid for the future of this country. I'm not interested in the female protagonist enjoying her boyfriends, I'm more interested in the future thanks to the end of the game when the prince becomes the next emperor. The child he has with the protagonist will be the future heir. If he becomes the reverse harem route it would be terrifying to recognize the child of the one who belongs to him. There are no DNA tests, for pregnancies, yes, but not to know whose child it is. The developers didn't care about that it seems. Or maybe the Empire is too lazy. In any case, I'll just pray that the protagonist ends up related to only one of them. Now with what I was with, visiting the capital's Adventurers Guild. The Central Adventurers Guild was located in the imperial capital. The place was as big as a stadium for a world soccer match. The interior was highly decorated with monster heads, monster body parts, horns, claws, tails, wings, etc. There are also holographic photographs of the adventurers who hunted them. Of course, this was the work of magic. A magic circle was on the floor which reproduced the image every so often. On the ceiling, there were magic lamps that lit up with a clap of the hands. The electric energy worked thanks to a magic stone called lacrima. The lacrima were magic stones that gave a certain object that came out in the game. It was known as the Big Tree. But that's not important at all. He was passing through the crowd as the guild master, Jerome, a rough-looking and rude man was standing at a table. His stomach was bandaged, and his muscular arms were uncovered as was his burly chest. His face was very serious, his eyes were blue, and he wore a red bandana with 3 sixs making a circle for the yellow-green diamond lying there. The most significant feature of his appearance was that he was bald. A large bald head reflecting the sunlight was what I and others looked at instead of his face or listening to him, unintentionally muttering under our breath, "He's bald." He couldn't hear us thankfully. Now with what he was saying. To all members of rank D and C, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. After spending 5 whole years completing over 300 missions I managed to get promoted to D rank. I finally entered the tutorial on how to be a true adventurer. A nobleman has sent a special request for urgent content. It seems that his daughter has fallen ill with a disease that healing magic cannot heal. That's because it depends on the individual's magic power. Although well, if the illness is very lethal, even having several people healing her won't be able to do it. The request is to go to Vanfield Forest and find a greyish tulip. Wait, did he just say what I think he said? As you know, the forest area is full of monsters of great danger. But the greyish tulip grows in the areas where merchants roam around looking for materials to sell, so it is suitable for adventurers like yourselves. They all had faces of wanting to ask the obvious, in my case not, as this is a golden opportunity. From their faces, I gather they think some traitor must have it. Let me tell you, if they did, they would not have sent this request to us with the words urgent. No doubt about it, that's what this is. The B-rank adventurers have refused to do so, so we can only rely on the C and D-rank adventurers. Yes. The mission to retrieve the tulip is a side event in the game. It's an unimportant mission, but it's just in the event that something important happens, I can't miss the opportunity for it. I raised my hand to ask to be allowed to participate, a few others did too. Humph. They are too few, no one else. Even if they wanted to do it, this won't give them the experience needed to gain points in moving up the ranks. So I understand why they don't care to do it. The guildmaster looked a bit annoyed at the lack of interest from many. Good. You will leave immediately after gathering what you need, I will choose the leader from among you. Yes. I'm in, now I will be able to do my main goal of having reincarnated in this world. Helping from the shadows to the main character and capturing targets. We were a group of 24 adventurers. We came in 4 carriages, our ranks were more than half D rank, and what was left over was C rank. The leader of the group was a tall, muscular man, dressed in elite soldier's clothing. He had firearms with him. His name was Leo, his face was very serious, with an X-shaped scar on his left cheek, his hair was a dull red and his eyes were brown. He was clearly a nobleman for having those weapons. I once wanted to find out why there were no crossbows. They are faster and more effective than bows, but inferior to rifles. The answer I got on the forums was that the developers forgot. Very disappointing all around. We went into the forest 2 days ago and found nothing. The time limit we were given is 4 days. By not fulfilling a mission or leaving it abandoned in the middle, it is a breach of your adventurer obligations. The punishment is to lose points to move up in rank, be demoted a rank or 2, but the worst of all is to be stripped of your credential. You can never be one again if you try to make a living from it. Maybe a few knew how hard it would be to find that tulip, but that flower is my lowest priority. My real goal is another one, but I'm partly afraid I won't find it. The sun was setting and we decided to rest. I reached for my canteen and drank as if I hadn't had a drink in days. Thanks to the technological advances of magic, the poured liquid will stay hot or cold depending on your tastes. I was now munching on a sandwich my mom made me. It was ham and cheese, my favorite in my previous life. When I was a simple student of Japanese origin, I was lazy and didn't want to do anything, not even work. But when I reincarnated here, I had to get used to moving my body daily. At first, I didn't want to, but my father's strong and big fists on my small head were enough motivation to get up as soon as the sun rose. I also didn't understand the importance of money as I spent it on frivolities. But after experiencing poverty, I now wish I had a lot of money. The leader, Leo, sat across from me. We all had to stay together in case of attack by some wild animal or monster. He ate some hard-boiled eggs with an energy drink. I was terrified of people like that. It reminds me of my arithmetic teacher who gave me dirty looks for not answering a question correctly. Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom, said an adventurer. He was asking permission as we were to report to the leader for anything, small or stupid. Leader Leo motioned with his face for him to go. I resumed my eating as I needed a lot of energy to look for that flower. The adventurer left his group to sow compost to Mother Nature. After being ready to water the compost, a hole opened up in the area where he was. After falling into that hole he fell unconscious for a few minutes. After waking up, he shook his head. Then, he turned his neck in different directions to see where he was. The man walked after shining his flashlight into the darkness. Dampness along with a strong smell of sulfur permeated the place. The man wanted to escape quickly from there as he could not climb up. After walking for several minutes, he found something. A glow was shining thanks to the lantern light. The man approached it and after checking a photograph he had in his pocket, he marveled at it. I found it, haha, I found it. It was the flower they were looking for. The man pulled out a glass container to tear off and place the flower in there. He was so cheerful that he didn't notice something watching him from the ceiling. After closing the container, a strange liquid fell on his shoulder. The man wiped it off after making a nauseous face. He shone a light on the ceiling to find out where that liquid came from. After shining the light on the ceiling, he let out a girlish scream. I and the others were looking for a guy who went to the forest to sow more manure and got lost, it seems. We shouldn't waste time looking for him, but losing members on a mission is something that also lowers points. It seems that teamwork is just as important as it is in the game. Just when I was about to tell the leader that it was useless to keep looking for him, that it was better to abandon him and resume the search for the flower, a scream we heard from far away. "Help me!" The scream was accompanied by a slight tremor. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, we found something unexpected. The guy was running. In his hands, he had the flower we were looking for, which was a good thing. The bad thing was, behind him was a giant spider. Everyone on guard. It doesn't look like just a giant spider. Maybe it's a queen spider. It's like it says, in the game when finding the tulip, they never showed where it was because, if they had, I wouldn't have wasted 2 days looking for it. The enemy guarding it was a giant spider queen. Its color was black, it had horns coming out of its body. Its terrifying red eyes saw different prey. We were seconds away from confronting it. The leader told us to make a circle to surround it, but many chickened out and ran away. Of the 24, there were only 14 of us left. The leader became annoyed and shouted, "Prepare for combat." None had worked with another, perhaps, but that just meant our chances of survival were low. Clearly, I speak for them, I don't plan to die. Hey. That was what came from the back of our throats. Some approached to want to cut him down with magical power. Others used bows. A magic circle appeared on the arrows, and when shot they turned into a wind ox, a firebird, and a fire tiger. They all hit the spider, but these monsters have an outer skin that resists magical powers. That was the mechanism to not finish the monsters easily using Jake's or Oscar's magic. Those that attacked head-on were instantly annihilated by the spider's long legs. It was 14 meters tall and 15 meters wide. It looked like a mechanical game that come to life. I looked at Leo, who pulled his rifle from his back. He took from his pocket a bullet. It was as big and long as an adult's finger. He aimed it at the spider, and after pulling the trigger, a golden magic circle manifested. From the circle was fired a bullet of electricity which hit the spider in the eyes. It staggered for a moment, and everyone rejoiced, but it didn't last long. The spider got more upset and crushed the guy holding the flower. Fortunately, the flower was fine, but the guy was not. Does that make me insensitive? I don't mind if it does. I don't see it as an NPC, but as a person, I don't give a damn about the safety of others. I was always selfish. Leo would yell at me. "You brat, move your ass." Don't worry, I know his weakness. In the game I had a hard enough time figuring out her weakness. I spent hours trying to figure out a strategy to kill her. I said to the leader, "Do you have an explosive type bullet? If so, please give it to me." His face turned to mine and said, "Ha, are you crazy? I won't give you one of my expensive bullets." Understandable that, and even the most logical thing in the world. But you have no choice but that. He didn't understand what I was talking about until I pointed out how the spider had killed almost all the members. Some were using magic shields to keep the spider from killing them with its legs. She could use her web, but I gather she considers us inferior beings, so she wouldn't spend on it. But what a trusting idiot. I know her weakness, please give me a bullet. He seemed reluctant to give me a bullet. Old man, this is not the time to be stingy. Fine, here. But, if you happen to miss and we survive, you'll have to pay me 100 gold pieces. Oh, is it that expensive? I'd better stop joking and get serious. He handed me the bullet, then stretched my arms like I was a pitcher in a baseball game. One thing I haven't updated on my adventurer's credentials is the fact that I'm finally showing off my magic element. At birth, the goddess Alexia blesses all humans with a special magical attribute. In the game, it was known as elemental magic, and there were 7 types: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. The latter was only obtained by those who belonged to the clan of the demon race. I don't understand how a goddess can give that to demons or create that element, but that's how it was in the game. The funny thing is that in this world it was not called that, it was known as arcane magic, and there are different types of attributes. Commoners also possess that, and like nobles are not exempt from baptism. At the age of 10, boys and girls from different parts of the country must go to the Church of the Three Gods. After praying to the statue of the goddess Alexia, you will be able to acquire the magical attribute you were born with. I don't understand why at that age. But what's the difference? Everyone can use things that are not magical attributes from childhood, such as muscle strengthening, running, and jumping to great heights, etc. Back to this spider. After stretching my arms, I placed it in the middle of my left hand, which held the bullet with 2 fingers from its center. To my right hand, I sent magical power, a light bright blue color manifested. Thanks to the goddess, the element I was born with is one of the least used because it takes a long time to charge it. But in the game, it was my favorite. That was lightning. Small traces of electricity appeared. I clenched my right hand very tightly so that the magic power would be imbued inside my fist to gain more destructive power and speed. After holding it for quite a while like this, I finally found the opportunity. Eat this. The spider turned towards us after almost killing everyone. The moment its grotesque mouth opened to show its fangs, I moved my right hand while the middle finger pressed my thumb. Lightning magic, deadly accurate shot. I removed my thumb and my middle finger hit the back of the bullet. As if in slow motion, electricity surrounded the bullet, spinning at incredible speed. In less than the blink of an eye, the bullet entered its ugly mouth. Brief seconds passed, and a great sound could be heard from inside the spider, which emanated smoke from its mouth. It seemed to stagger, so it tried to run away. I won't let you do it. Old man, give me another one. The leader was astonished at that, and quickly gave me the same kind of bullet. The spider was speeding away while making a squick type sound. Since I was in its rear, I had the bullet in my arm ready. I did the same thing I did earlier. Lightning magic, accurate shot up the butt. The bullet was shot into her fat gigantic ass, to be exact, straight into her anus where it shot its web. It seemed to feel them. For it wiggled that fat ass from side to side, and 1 second later it exploded. The rest of the spider grotesques flew away and some fell on me. The leader and survivors came to see me. After finding the spider scattered in pieces, the leader came up to me and hugged me. Boy, that was amazing. I don't think I liked being praised and hugged by an old man with a scraggly beard. Now that the spider is dead, let's go back to the guild and report this along with the flower. We'll get lectured for losing limbs and not escaping, but when we show them this they won't drop points at least. Well, now that's all settled. I must wait until tomorrow night. After returning to the guild and reporting what happened, I took a carriage and had it drop me off as close to the Vanfield forest as possible. I walked to the area where the spider appeared, as it was near there that they appeared. I secretly waited for it to get dark and listened to their voices. After a couple of hours, I heard some men talking. Transporting this secretly is problematic. No doubt it is, but the price for this is 1,000 white gold pieces. We'll be filthy rich and live among luxuries forever, ha ha ha. About 4 men were camping out. They were bringing various boxes of large and small sizes. In the game, one of the demon kings, the strongest of all, had with him only 7 minions. Those 7 subordinates were known as the 7 bearers of the deadly sins. Apparently, the demon king gathered living beings who possessed a hatred that made their magical power soar to the sky, almost rivaling the weaker demon king. These guys were slave sellers. Slavery is not frowned upon and is a legal business. The problem is that in the game the developers, after including it, thought you would get in trouble with the law for promoting slavery in a game, so they put in text that said, "We don't support slavery, but this is necessary for the plot. So we decided that slaves will be frowned upon by nobles." With that said, if you have a slave they will mock you, believing that you can't pay your underlings or that your vassal houses will leave you once they reach 100 years of work to be official nobles. These guys have a certain person as their product. In the game, she was known as the Witch of Calamity, the right hand of the strongest demon king and the bearer of the sin of pride. While I was searching the forums for information on how to defeat the spider, I found a certain article that said, "We have discovered, thanks to a secret interview at a ramen stand, that one of the developers revealed that the witch was originally sold after the last deadline day of the Tulip event. I don't know the details, but if the events run smoothly, it means that everything happens just like in the game. Which is good, since what I'm going to do to these guys is not something that is well regarded." While they were eating, one of them decided to go to the bathroom. He walked over in my direction and proceeded to unzip his pants. I had practiced since I was a child with rabbits, my hand was shaking, and I was scared many times and vomited during the process, but after taking the life of a defenseless being, I can do it with someone who profits from the defenseless. I jumped out of my hiding place and covered its mouth with my hand and then pierced its throat with one of the spider's legs. I dragged him inside the place so they would not hear anything. After hiding the body, I circled a bit around the position of the guy who was eating a fried chicken leg. My breathing was cut off, my hands were shaking and my eyes were blurred. I stopped thinking after developing shadow mode. The two guys in front were chatting happily with the guy who was my target. After getting close enough, I pierced his throat with the spider's leg and shouted at the top of my lungs. This is for the sake of humanity and my peaceful future, don't hate me. The other two guys were trying to pull out their firearms, but I was faster. With my left hand, I had a silver nugget I bought before I came. It was used for the marbles game. I aimed at the head of the guy who already had his gun ready and the nugget pierced his temple in one hit. The man next to him panicked. Please don't kill. Too late. Generating a slight electric shock in my fingers, I turned it into a razor that could scrape the skin. The shock was strong enough to rip off a chunk of skin which spat blood like a fountain. The guy was convulsing as he tried to keep the blood from his neck from spurting out in droves. Not giving it any more thought, I walked over to the boxes covered by a tarp. Removing one, I understood that they were cells. Some had animals in them, others monsters, and one or another had a beastman inside. To move something like that, a device similar to a small remote control was used. In this world, it acted as a load mounter, but it wore out quickly and was expensive. So it was better than one. Only one was missing. I hope it's there. If it's not, I'll be a murderer who killed these guys for no apparent reason. Not that I care if their blood was spilled, but it would be bad for my nights if these guys showed up while I was sleeping. Upon reincarnating in this world and understanding the danger that was coming in the future, I granted myself to be a guardian angel from the shadows. I was going to help the main characters as much as I could so that their chances of winning the holy war at the end of the game would be better. So, it's time to die, you witch who annoyed me so much. I fiercely removed the tarp to throw myself against the horrible witch. The problem and the most unexpected thing came in doing so. Hey! In front of me, there was supposed to be a horrible-looking woman and also an ugly old one. But what my eyes observed was not that. She was beaten and with dirt on her body, completely naked. But what the hell is this? She wasn't a horrible witch. Why is the hideous witch in that game a beautiful girl? A peerless beauty was behind these bars. Her skin was snow white, her blonde hair was so long that she could wear it as a coat. Her eyes were crystal blue like the waters of the Caribbean. But the most amazing detail was not her beauty, nor that her body showed malnutrition and was very thin. But those two huge melons resting on her knees. Two magnificent pairs of water balloons the size of a melon each were what my eyes were seeing with intensity. Her hair fairly covered the sacred center, her nipples were hidden by it, unfortunately. Was this beauty the hideous witch? It couldn't be, it must be a mistake. Another detail I noticed was that her ears were pointed. That trait only dwarves or elves have, but dwarves are very small and elves have long ears. There were also hobbits in this world, but they had elephant-like ears. And this girl is not small, she is very big, so there can only be one option left. You're a half-breed aren't you? A half-breed elf, also known as a half-human half-elf, a forbidden cross between them. It's rare to find one since in the game it was never mentioned. It really terrifies me to know that something like this is real. But what am I supposed to do? This girl is supposed to, if she is that witch, be a really heinous threat. Just in case, I should find out her name. Hey, excuse me. I opened the cage and the girl moved further back as she covered herself. She seems to be scared, it's the norm. I opened the cage and then went straight to the campfire these guys set up. The food lay on the ground except for a few plates. I also took a blanket and went over to it. I placed the blanket and the food close to her and then walked away as I raised my hands. I'm not a threat, I'm a friend. That's a lie, I just want to make sure of it. Like a puppy, she approached the step by step to the food. She took it quickly and returned to her original position. She seemed to be really hungry. She ate the breaths with her hand at a great speed and without manners. I could see tears running down her beautiful cheeks. I took out my canteen and gave it to her. She saw it but seemed to be on guard. I showed her that there was nothing to be afraid of, and drank it. She looked thirsty watching me drink it as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. She held out her hand and I handed it to her. I asked her, could you tell me your name? If it's what I think it is, I'll release you, but if not. After drinking the water, she removed her full lips from it, then uttered words that made me shudder. My name is Amy. Amy. That name is undoubtedly the witch's name. They all had names beside her title as the Demon King's general. Now that I know her name, there's a 50% chance it's a coincidence. Like gold 50% that it's the real thing. I must kill her, there is no choice. But what about those big melons? It's a waste that such fruits that seem to develop are still purged from this world. As a virgin lover of large breasts and mature women, I consider it an unforgivable act to do so. In my former life, I joined the clandestine cult of worshipping mammary glands, mature single women, married women, widows, and loving older sisters. I can't betray my beliefs just like that. There must be another solution. One that doesn't involve the death of a beautiful busted blonde. Wait. There is. The simplest solution, as in the most logical of all. But, by doing it I'll be altering the timeline of the game. That's a good thing, though. Then I can get rid of the witch. But I will have gained not only a powerful future ally. I'll also have gained a busted beauty for my personal harem. As a poor, lonely guy, it's everyone's wish to have a harem. And now that I've got about 30 years under my belt, I consider it my personal reward for MS good deeds to the main characters for helping them a little to protect the world. That I will do. Who are you? The witch Amy spoke to me in a light tone like a child. I decided to follow my plan. I extended my hand toward her and said, I am your salvation. Together, we will save this world from evil. And incidentally, obtain a harem of busted women. If there is a mature and sensual older sister woman, so much the better. Chapter 3 My beginning as a guardian in the shadows. It was the evening of December 31st in the Alexial calendar. It has been almost a year since I met Amy. After rescuing her we went into the forest. In the forums, I found information that said that the Witch of Calamity had a secret base in the Empire, and after much searching, they finally found it. It was a mansion hidden in the same forest where I rescued her. Could it be a coincidence? We went inside until we found a talisman in the shape of a goblin that acted as an X on the map. I removed it and found a button, pressing it opening a hatch as if it were a subway bunker. We entered, and after several minutes of going downstairs, we found it. It was a subway mansion, almost like a castle because of its structure. The garden was beautiful, it had different types of flowers in the surroundings. But, this was not normal, of course. Everything looked new, as if it had always been here. It was there that I found the trap. This place was protected by ancient golems. They were made of clay and rock. They were heading toward us to attack us. I'm smarter than them, since in the forums they cracked the password to keep the golems from attacking you, I shouted at the top of my lungs. Emeth. And they stopped. That was the original owner's password. No information from him, but not that I cared. We entered the mansion and everything was clean as on the outside. As I walked through every inch of this place, I found a huge library with books of lost or ancient magical knowledge. No use to me as I don't understand anything, but Amy seemed to understand what they were saying. I asked her how she knew and she said, they are written in the Elvish language. I see. Indeed, I don't understand a damn thing about the Elvish language as I didn't know of its existence. So I told her to learn and memorize all the books that are useful to her. Of course, I also told her that I am a reincarnate and that this world is that of an Otome RPG-themed game. She didn't seem to understand anything at all, so I added another detail to make her believe me. A little white lie. Besides what I told you, I am a guardian of the world. I was sent here by the goddess Alexia to protect this world. That's why I saved you, you were going to suffer a fate worse than death. With those words, she now seemed to believe me, at least in what was a lie. And so, days, weeks, and months passed until the present date. I came yesterday to notify Amy what we were going to do today. Since there is also a place to train, I was there all day perfecting my attacks and skills with my magic attribute. It feels good this. I was happy and relaxed due to this place possessing its own jacuzzi. After spending 2 days training very hard for tonight at night, nothing better than enjoying a bit of relaxation. You're right about that, Razel-sama. I turned around to see the owner of that voice. It belonged to Amy. She is 5 years older than me, which makes her the specimen of an older sister. Pitifully, it would be correct to say she is the type of a younger sister or childhood friend. After visiting her daily, buying her things a girl would want, food and lots of clothes, she developed feelings for me. It took me half a year to realize that, as when she prepared a dinner for the two of us, she was in a naked apron bringing the food. At first, I thought it was a joke or something, but she said, "You saved me from a horrible fate and gave me a place to live, safety, and food. You have watched over me every day that you can. How could I not fall in love with such a person? If you dislike my looks or my race, I'll understand." When he said that, he looked sad. It was then that it seemed like an exact scenario from the romance novels I read in my spare time. I didn't know what to say anymore. This had never happened as a possibility in my head. So I decided to act as if it were the dialogues of those conquerors. I approached her and took her in my arms. She seemed to be crying. After dinner, we had our first kiss, followed by a splendid night that I only read about in fiction and dreamed about. I never thought the female body was a godsend for men. I spent every break I had with Amy. She seemed to want to. We got carried away and succumbed to the pleasurable feeling of a man and a woman. I was worried that she would end up pregnant. I'm not saying that because I was terrified of being a father, that thought didn't cross my mind, but that if she got pregnant, she won't be able to help me in my plans. There are no condoms in this world as it is an R15 game, but it seems that reality and the game are different, as there are medicines for women that allow them to kill any bacteria or foreign substance that enters their body for 24 hours. Back to her actual appearance. She was totally naked. She was tall, with long limbs, juicy thighs that led to big hips and an ass meatier than beefsteak. A slender, curvaceous waist that would be impossible to obtain. For breasts, there were 2 large melons stuffed with meat. These were covered by a towel in her hand. The pink part of those melons were covered. It was sad not to see them, but the rest of the view was a delight. Her face returned to normal after a while, and now I can enjoy her beauty that is superior to those of a goddess. A face that looked like that of a girl in a woman's body. Fleshy, red lips. Blue eyes that reflected you on sight. Long, silky blonde hair that reached to the floor was now pulled back in a large swirl behind her head. Her pointed ears were also very cute. In fact, that was her weak spot. She became very submissive when she touched or nibbled on them. Amy walked over to the edge and in a graceful and refined manner climbed down to my side. The towel was at her side and now she was hugging me. Her magnificent melons seemed to float in the water. I felt like playing with them. "Oh, wow!" Amy said that. Her face suddenly turned red. Then she proceeded to look at me. "Razel-sama, I can tell you're in a good mood despite training very hard. I'm sorry. But you are beautiful and perfect. I told Amy days ago that I wanted to have a harem. Since she agreed to be my wife, she must have known that I was obligated to have a legal wife." She left the room and after a while came back with several books. They were all about concubines or duties of the legal wife. Amy said to me in an energetic tone. "Yes, Razel-sama wants to have many women by his side. It is my duty as the main woman to grant his wish. Besides, yes, let's save the world. Having a great offspring and enjoying the pleasures of life is a worthy reward for him." With those words, Amy began to study various topics about women and nobility that she did not know. I took Amy by her shoulders and brought my face close to hers. Our lips touched in an affectionate embrace, our tongues gave each other. Amy said she wanted to make me happy, so she used her splendid huge breasts to rub a rod of flesh. The rod was very happy, even more so as the 2 big melons played with the tip and a tongue ran over it, whether it was licking it, giving it little nibbles or an affectionate kiss. At the end of a while, the rod exploded a liquid that covered the top that was not in the water. Amy swiped a cream that ran down her cheeks across her lips and said, "Delicious. I hope this will one day give me several babies." Those words and the innocence like lust in her gaze brought the rod back to life. This time the rod looked happy as it was about to enter a wet cave. The jacuzzi waters churned a lot, accompanied by noises of joy from 2 sides. As the waters finished churning, a loud noise of exclamation and happiness were heard. Night had fallen. People were in the streets of their respective districts enjoying this special celebration. I was with my family at the food stalls. My mom was encouraging my dad to shoot some stuffed animals to get them. My younger sister Gina, who was now 10 years old, was with me. I also had Colin with me. I was enjoying this day, but I was also killing time until the expected time. Today is the day where one of the future traders of Rosenberg household, the family of the villain daughter, will return after purchasing a cursed item. That item is a mind control ring. That individual gives it to the villain so she can use it on innocent members of her entourage to torment the protagonist. I don't know why, but I found out from the guild that he is a nobleman from a viscount household who has been making a lot of strange moves lately. They told me about it since the guild master is very easy to get drunk. I don't like alcohol, but others do. He spat out everything I asked. Fortunately, he won't remember our conversation. Unai-chan, look. Gina came back with a toy in her hands. Looks like Daddy won something else. He said it was for Colin. It's a miniature version of a giant robot. It seems to be very popular as I see a lot of kids with them lately. He is jet black and very sturdy, his eyes are black and he seems to have something like a jetpack type suitcase on his back. I asked her what his name was and she said. The strongest mobile knight, battler. What a weird, over-the-top name for a toy. It was 30 minutes to 12 and for the fireworks to go off. Are you ready, Amy? Yes. Razel-sama. Me and Amy were on the rooftop of a building near the Viscount's mansion. The knights patrolling nearby were gone, not due back for another 30 minutes. Time enough to destroy another possibility where the protagonist's safety is at risk. The first was Amy and now I will help a little to make Eli's punishment small. I was dressed in special clothing made of Spider Queen's body and web. I could conduct electricity, gradually reduce physical damage by 20% and thanks to the slimes I caught, Amy was able to make a spell that repelled magical attacks. While she, for some reason, wore a very elegant and beautiful dark blue dress. The dress had an opening near her left leg so her thigh could be seen by everyone. Her back was uncovered, it showed a sensual aura, it was designed with a star so the back was not so uncovered. The front part showed a lot of her big melons which she appreciated resting in the open air since she was not wearing a bra. All of that was fastened in a light tie around her neck. I asked her, we came on a mission, not to a party. And she answered me. The mission will be a piece of cake, so there's no harm in enjoying the night afterwards, is there? I sighed. Suit yourself, let's get to it. The two of us disappeared like the shadows we are to go in and annihilate them all. It's cruel and sad that poor devils have to die, but it's not my fault that happens to them. A man was sitting drinking tea. Today was a busy day. He had returned from buying various items. I spent a fortune on those rings, a shishi. Just as he said, he had bought unique items and among them were some rings. Now I will be able to betroth any woman without the need to give money. The man had been affiliated with Duke Rosenberg's household several years ago, but not now. I wonder which girl I should start with. Just as his mouth turned into a morbid smile, a man came in shouting. Arkle-sama, there's trouble. The nobleman showed no change in his expression. He only said. Tell Liberta and Squalo to take care of it. But my lord. They are dead. The nobleman spat out his tea. Dead? Impossible. It's the truth. In that case, tell Abel and Marcel to go. They are our second best knights after those two dead ones. They're dead too. The intruders entered through different sails and started killing everyone. With my own eyes I watched as Abel and Marcel were decapitated by a guy in a hood. Damn it. Tell those adventurers to go. Before he noble could say anything else, a large explosion was heard on the first floor of the mansion. The explosion was small, so it was controlled fire so that no one would notice. At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching. The man who came to inform his lord what was happening, ran out of there. The nobleman was startled to see the figure of a beautiful woman entering his room. It was Amy. Viscount Arkle von Lusuria. Your crimes against humanity will be erased before it occurs to you to do so. Amy held out her hand, a purple magic circle manifested on the front of her hand and then. After entering the Viscount's mansion, I met many guys. Who is this guy? Intruder, kill him. Gya. So that no one would recognize me, I wore a black iron mask with a strange mark on the front. I bought it from a random store. Even if they trace it, many people bought it, so it would be impossible to find out who it is. That's because gentlemen are lazy. Usually there are no real crimes, but murder is something that happens secretly all over the world. That's why assassins take care of their victims when they're on the road. No one would be such an idiot to attack in the capital where the strongest knights of the empire, the Sword Saints, reside. But I am neither an assassin nor an idiot. I am a guardian in the shadows. I protect the world from a future where there is a possibility of everything going wrong. I will prevent that future at any cost. My weapon to kill these guys was a height meter which I used as a whip or sword. Because of my lightning magic, I can send light electric shocks to harden it or not. I would slit throats, pierce the heart or split enemies in two. I'm not a sadist, so I opted to kill them in the quickest and least painful way possible. Some weird guys who like to be strong came to kill me. They were not, and that I am very weak. Right now I was facing a huge, bald guy with tan skin who said, "You did well, dwarf. But your luck ran out when the former B-ranked adventurer and now mercenary, the mighty Gladius Sama came to kill you. He had two large, heavy swords called Claymore. He was on alert. B-rank adventurers are not hired as backguards or mercenaries if they don't prove their skills first." The big guy was approaching, swinging his right-hand sword at me. The sword hit the ground, that was because you're too slow. This guy moves slow. Or maybe, I'm faster? I let him try to hit me to see if that was the case. Son of a bitch, don't think you're such a big deal. Now he was coming up to hit me sideways with his two swords. I counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3. How boring. Time really was slow. Which meant that, my magic of using the electricity coursing through my body as a kind of cloak was working. I must practice it more. Seriously. How slow you are. The big guy looked annoyed, his face was red. I've had it with you, motherfucker. The big guy put his arms at his sides forming an X with them. I was planning to use this technique against one of the three swords. But you'd be a perfect candidate to try it out, hee hee hee. The magical power was visible, imbuing the swords with a deep blue color. Eat this. Sound speed slash. His arms left his position to launch a movement in the shape of two crescent moons that were together forming an X. The attack was directed at high speed. Normally, a person would not be able to block this. It would be their imminent death. Sure, if that person wasn't me after my arduous training with Amy who used attacks that could kill me. I simply stepped aside, as if I were a bad comedy anime. The attack continued on past some knights who were coming behind to help. They were unlucky and were killed. The big guy was smiling until he saw me that I didn't have a scratch on me. I glared at him and said, "I don't know who you were planning to attack with that, but if your opponent had been Lambert, you would have already been dead before you threw it." With a quick wave of my hand, I cut the guy's head off. It fell to the ground and a fountain of blood spurted out of the severed spot. Humph. This seems to be easier than I thought. Maybe I shouldn't have told Amy to come. Leaving your back uncovered is a foul mistake. Talking is too, but it's too late for you. I heard a voice come from behind me. It was only 2 seconds that passed before I noticed it. A large long black saber was approaching from my right. Dodging it was impossible. Just like the current, it just sent my body to the left as if I had stumbled. Another 2 seconds passed and I fell to the ground, the black saber followed long to where my head was. I took a big leap forward and then stood on guard. "Oh, you dodged it. Way to go." I watched the person who said that to me after trying to take my life. He was a man dressed in blue-collar rags. He wore a short red-brown scarf. His hair was spiky and short, it was a mess. His beard was badly shaved. His eyes were black and gave the impression of laziness. Despite his appearance, he had good muscles. In his right hand he held a Japanese katana that only samurai would use. The steel of the sword was a very dark black. The handle looked like it had been bitten by a dog and a silhouette of a flower was in the middle. I asked in an annoyed tone. "Who the hell are you, you bastard?" The guy was staring at me. His left hand moved to his right shoulder and he pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He placed one in his mouth and snapping his fingers lit the cigarette. After inhaling and then puffing he said, "An ordinary rank A adventurer, Kurogain the Lazy Edge calls me. In short, you are lazy." Wait a moment. That name I think I know. Think Razel, think. I remember it. You're the spittiest A-rank adventurer in the Adventurers Guild. This guy somehow managed to make it to the last A-rank position. But he's so lazy that he just stays there until he's called to work. Indeed. That's me. Don't take it easily. What is he doing here? More important than that. What the hell is something similar to Japan doing here? I remember reading that they wanted to put Japanese stuff in, but complained that it would be too monotonous and absurd, so the idea was scrapped. Would this guy be a vestige of it? Hey! The guy was talking to me. I got up from my nap and now I have to work. Don't sleep during work. Sorry. I don't know who you are or what you do, but you're going to have to stop here or else. The guy got into an attack stance. His left foot in front and his right hand ready behind. I got into attack position as well. Interesting. A strong opponent at last. And so, we began our battle. Why did you do that? Amy launched a magical attack straight at the nobleman, but it was blocked by a third party. He was sitting in a nearby armchair drinking straight from a bottle of vodka. He was dressed in white, wearing a pointed black hat with white lines down the sides. He had a wooden staff with an animal skull and crystal embedded in the center. His hair could not be seen, but his face could. His mouth was small and a light brown beard was visible. His eyes were blindfolded for some reason. You took too long, you idiot. Sorry. Amy turned her face in disgust towards the wizard. The wizard smiled wickedly. My work should have been finished since we arrived at his household, but I was left drinking his liquor. You fucking bastard. No. Finish it. The magician stood up and his bloomers made a flatulence sound. That was a really good magic attack. Was that level 2 or 3 magic by any chance? Amy didn't answer. Wow. A quiet one. How boring. The mage directed his staff towards Amy and a red light appeared behind a magic circle. In these modern times, things like wands and staffs are old-fashioned. The reason was mostly for fashion. In the game that was the excuse for not using them. That seems to be normal in this world as well. The wizard after seeing the cloud of smoke laughed. Ha ha ha. Clearly this was going to happen if you were facing Judica von Superbia, seat number 9 of the 10 Holy Wizards. Hey. The mage stopped laughing when he saw a flower shield covering Amy. She still wouldn't look at him and just said. That's it. The wizard started to get annoyed and from the back of his throat he shouted. You fucking bitch, how dare you belittle me. He raised his staff and a large magic circle manifested in the air. Try the level 4 magic I overcame the 10th seat with. The entire room went dark and everything was swallowed up by absolute darkness. Amy and the friend were the only ones inside that darkness. Ka. Space-time magic, void room. You won't be able to escape from here whether you want to or not. Amy looked at her surroundings, but not at the mage. I'm going to rape you, bitch, for belittling me. I'll use those big tits just like that fat ass all day long, ka. Hearing that, Amy for the first time turned her gaze to the wizard. What was that you said? The magician was in a distant position, smiled and said. That I. She couldn't finish what she was going to say as her legs were cut by something. He also didn't feel pain until a few seconds had passed where he let out a scream of absolute pain. You-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. My legs. My legs are gone. What did you do to me, you fucking who? The friend was silent after seeing what was going on. He wore a blindfold so he could see the magic power. It was a very normal training in fact. But since he had his eyes blindfolded, the mage was only observing the vast amount of magical power that was gathering in one place. There were a dozen giant magic circles which were rotating counterclockwise. The magician peed himself after feeling that absurd amount of magical power. You, how come? The magic circles gathered to form a double 6-pointed star. That's magic level 5. How come you can use it? In the game, magic levels were measured based on their states. But in this world they are measured by how big the magic circle is. Amy told the friend she wanted to cry. How dare a miserable, pathetic human being like you talk to me like that? Amy's eyes turned red and her blonde hair was turning white at the ends. I am Razel Sama's wife. No man has the right to touch me other than him. Worst of all, you dare to want to defile my body that was saved by him, unforgivable. 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 The magic circle finished forming and a violet light manifested. It was ready to strike at any moment. About what you said, it's not level 5 magic. It's level 6. The mage's snot like tears came down after hearing that. They're not worth using level 7. Amy raised her hand to the sky and then disappear. A great glow covered the entire dark room and the friend's last words before his body was evaporated were. So this is the upper level. Oh, God Abos, how wonderful it is. The mage was erased as was the black room. My battle against the adventurer was intense. I was astonished to see a black mist emanating from his katana. That black mist was so intense that it swallowed everything. I had secretly kept some shurikens I made and had electrocuted them. But they were devoured as well. One thing I realized is that not only the demon race could use dark magic. Humans too, a small percentage of them are born with this ability. That was what this guy was telling me while we were fighting. We entered the party room. We started destroying everything as we ran at high speed to try to cut each other. He was running at the same speed as me. Since the boots he was wearing were covered with electricity, it allowed me to run great lengths without getting tired. We were now on the roof and my whip was the only thing that could not be swallowed by the fog. It seems that, being a thin object, it can't be swallowed. I say this since the tablecloths were not being absorbed by the fog, but the glass beakers were. It was there that I came up with a brilliant idea. I stopped sending electricity to my boots and fell to the floor. A large cloud of dust covered the environment. Then I threw my thin sword at the guy. He was falling too, it was headed straight for him. He caught it without much trouble. It was then that I shouted. "You idiot, you're an idiot." He must have noticed something. He threw the sword away and then stepped back. "It's for that very reason that I called you an idiot." He didn't notice that the glass cups had water in them. The water must have been there since some soldiers must have been playing. Stupid that, but I noticed it after seeing the door open before we went in. Normally it should have been closed and we should have broken it, but we just walked in. I don't know what the hell they wanted to do. Maybe make some sort of rhythmic sonata because of the way they were stacked. Be done. As I yelled that, the guy belatedly realized that a large amount of water was surrounding us. I bent down to touch the water and yelled. "Lightning magic, electrifying palm." A blue flash quickly flashed across the ground reaching his feet. "Oh, screamed the adventurer as he was electrocuted. After several seconds passed, the adventurer began to char and collapsed on the ground. I walked over to him to give him the coup de grace. I turned him over to plunge my sword into his chest, but he grabbed my foot. With his mouth he could barely utter sounds. "Oh, are you?" That question stumped me. I am without a doubt a guardian of the shadows. I want to help the main characters in any way I can to make it easier for them to defeat the Demon Kings. But, my identity may be in danger. I'm talking about this one. My true identity is safe as long as this mask is on. My mask. It is covered in black with a slit in the shape of 4 billion Argentine pesos at the mouth. The eyes are exposed to see clearly without any problem. But the most striking detail is that the mark on the forehead is the symbol that was known as a swastika. The mark of Buddhism that represents prosperity. I am an existence that works from the shadows to help save the world from its ruin. I am a black dot in the world, but being the one who tries to save it. I would consider myself a white dot in a sea of darkness. Therefore, the most appropriate name would be. I am Licht, the keeper of the shadows. The guy laughed a little. That was the last thing he did before putting him out of his misery of this world. After finishing off the guy, I headed for the nobleman's bedroom. I eliminated everyone who was still alive. After arriving, I found Amy who had the guy's severed head on her desk. She seemed to be reading something. She noticed my presence and with a childish tone of joy said. "Razel-sama, I finish quickly." It was only a short time before the 30 minutes were up. "What are you looking for?" "I found the record of the rings. I went to destroy them while you were fighting." I wanted to say, you would have helped me then. But I'd better shut up. Anything important besides that they were to be used for evil? Nothing is written, just a message from your salesman. The merchant, the source of the one who gave cursed items to the traitorous nobles and the villains faction. That's interesting. What does it say? It just says that it depends on the magical power of the wearer how long the effect lasts. Depends on the magic power? That I didn't know, but thank you. Let's destroy this place and get out. I turned to leave, but Amy told me to wait a moment. As I turned and said, "What's wrong?" She said. "The vendor is someone who belongs to the second prince's faction here," she says. My eyes widened at that surprise. The second prince of the empire, this is something big and bad. No doubt, being a guardian who lies in the shadows is chaotic. We'll save it for later. Let's go. Yet. We left the place and then Amy used fire magic. I don't know what her attribute was herself, but she could use several types, not to say almost all but light and dark. She lamented not being able to heal me. I watched from a rooftop as the mansion went up in flames, burning any trace of evidence or remnants that could be used for evil. Amy hugged me. I looked at her and said, "Are you cold?" She replied, "No. It's just that today is the last day we will see each other daily." That's true. She was saddened as she learned that tomorrow was the day she was entering the Royal Academy of Magic. In the game, this meant that I was finally going to enter the prologue of this game. Finally, my life as a guardian among the shadows would begin. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Before Amy arrived, I went to a store and bought something. It was cause for celebration because it was our first New Year's Eve together. She opened the plastic bag and took out a headband. It was black with 2 butterflies the color of her eyes on the ends. It's a little childish, but I don't know what to get a girl. Amy saw it, smiled and cried. Thank you. Your gifts are just a token of your affection for me. She hugged me as she cried with joy. This is a smile that I did not expect to protect by turning the tide of gradually eliminating the powerful and enigmatic enemies. Now, it will only remain for you. Protagonist and capture targets save the world. And so I can enjoy my quiet life surrounded by the harem I deserve. Chapter 4 Royal Academy of Magic X Capture Targets. The morning of January 1st of a new year in the Alexial calendar had begun. Instead of being a good morning, it turned out to be a tragic one. Yesterday an assassination of a nobleman had taken place. He belonged to the faction of the second prince of the empire. Not only the nobleman, but also the knights, servants, and even adventurers hired as bodyguards were killed and then their bodies were burned like the mansion. For that reason, an emergency meeting was held at the Empire's Ministry of Magic. Normally, the knights would get involved to check who was responsible for it. But as it seems to have been done by a magician, due to traces of magical element in the environment, so the ministry must intervene. The central building or headquarters of the Ministry of Magic is located in the capital, on the north side, several kilometers near the Imperial Palace. In the highest part, exactly like a capital, an emergency meeting was taking place. The room was large, wide and dark. There was no floor, just a large empty circumference. In the center of all that emptiness were gathered a few individuals. They were seated in elegant wooden chairs. They were resting on a false floor that floated through magic circles. The table was round and the individuals were dressed in pure white. They were called the 10 Holy Magicians. Those who had been able to develop enormous knowledge about magic and earn their title as a saint among magicians. That was the concept in the game. Truth be told, this was never probed any further than necessary. That was because the developers didn't give a damn about those holy wizards. In fact, the only important people in the game out of the 10 are only 2. Seat number 2 who was the father of one of the capture targets. And seat number 1. He was called the Wizard God. A title impossible to obtain in any way. But that person did it. He had developed a level 6 magic circle. For the people of this world, there were 10 levels of magic. Level 1 to 5 were the levels that anyone training their magic power can reach. But the other 5 are a mysterious area. Level 6 and 7 is the maximum that humans have been able to reach for years, the other 3 levels are considered divine ground. According to the report from the Magic Knights, they found remnants of Judikakun's magic element. Said the first entry, which was an old man with a long greyish beard and a pointed hat. We don't know what he was doing in Viscount Lushuria's mansion, but what we did manage to find out is that he was shattered at the cellular level. Magical knights were what soldiers employed by the ministry were called. Excuse me, first seat Dono. The 8th seat asked. What do you mean he was shattered at the cellular level? Magic like that is impossible to achieve. There would only be remnants of him left anyway. The other seats dialogued about that. Level 5 magic can't do being. It must be a mistake by the Magic Knights. I think they didn't know how to look for the remains properly. Everyone had different points of view, which were eliminated with the following that the first seat said. The remains of the magic item were incalculable, so I consider that its killer used level 6 magic. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Agape. You're really sure first seat Dono? Yes. The knights were baffled. Even the magic spell analysis couldn't detect who it belonged to. This is really scary. One of us was killed so easily. The holy wizards' faces showed worry and panic. The first seat muttered. Is this perhaps the beginning of some premonition of the end of the empire? All set. After getting out of my bed I went to relieve myself in the morning and then to have breakfast with my family. My mother prepared a large family breakfast for me. It was due to the fact that this is the last time we will see each other until summer vacation. My father said to me. If you're going to come and loaf around you'd better not come. They were beautiful words of encouragement. I looked at myself in the mirror before grabbing my bags and carrying them to the carriage waiting outside. I was contemplating my school uniform. It was the second time I had worn one, but this one was much more exciting. A beige trouser, white shirt with dark green borders on the collar sleeves, arms, and buttons. Also part of the outfit was a red jacket, tie and black shoes. I looked good. Even if I am ugly. Why was I born ugly? Even if I am, I still already have a woman waiting for me in a secret mansion, so it's a victory against the handsome men of the world. After a couple of hours in the carriage, since we weren't the only ones going to the Empire's Royal Academy of Magic, I had to have my butt numbed by it. Now that I think about the name of the school. Why is it called Royal if the country is an empire? Well, I thought it didn't make sense at all, but apparently it doesn't. A long time ago, the last king of the small Arclight kingdom founded an education center. That's the whole story. Disappointment? I don't really care. Razel, there you are. Boys are here. I was standing in the doorway of the male dorm leaving my bags in my room. The rooms are private, so no problem. 2 boys came to see me. I had met them last year. It was mandatory to take a test to prove their acquired knowledge. Of course, I got a bad grade. But I still passed. The test we are taken is to find out if the education handed out in our homes is not for the sake of taste. These kids were, Derek Larkin, the one on the left. A brown-skinned boy with green hair like the boogers he pulled out of me. He had a funny hairstyle as it was spiky like a hedgehog. And on his right side was a short boy by the name of Cliff Easton. His skin was very light, which made him look almost like a ghost. His hair was black and he had a strange V-shaped cut on his forehead that hid his eyebrows. The similar detail that the 3 of us had was that in addition to our black eyes we were also ugly. For that reason, we became friends and we are all 3 musket ugly. Did you check the list of the classes we'll be in? Cliff would ask me. No. Not yet. I just got here. By the way, is there a lot of commotion around here? Since I arrived, I've seen different teachers running around here and there. Derek, who was picking a booger, said to me. Didn't you hear? This year their highnesses, the 3rd Prince Regulus and the 4th Prince Siegburn, will be entering the academy. I made a big, oh, before his response, but Derek also added. That's not all, I heard from my father that this year something that has never happened before will happen. Will His Majesty come in person to see them off? Derek shook his head and said followed. I heard that a commoner will be coming to the academy, and it's a girl to boot. A commoner, what will the teachers be thinking? I don't know. But my father is part of the same faction as the director. So he told me that the director himself was the one who approved her. Oh wah, it's really going to be a restless school term. Listening to my friends only made me confirm once again that this world was the world of that Otome game. And the names of the princes. I'm not interested in the main capture target, but that last one. The 4th Imperial Prince, Siegburn. I put my finger to my chin and muttered as I let out a flatulence. Looks like I'll have to start my job as Shadow Guardian from the prologue. Razel, you fucker. It stinks a lot. Sorry, I had broccoli salad with cheddar cheese and bacon wrapped in jam. After the teachers finished their preparations, we entered the academy courtyard. We were all standing. Then, in front of us on a platform were all the teachers. An old man in a robe walked to the center, he had a cane in his hand. The cane glowed and a magical hologram of his face formed in the air. Welcome, dear students. His face was very old, he had spots on his forehead, a large chin, graying hair combed fully back. I am the current director, Aaron von Karman. It is my pleasure to welcome you young people who will bring prosperity to our country. The director came out in the game, useless information was spoken about him being from a Viscount household, but not that I really care. In fact, many others are doing other things as he speaks. Cliff was yawning, Derek was fixing his pants and I was humming in my mind. La 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 la. Now that I remember. This year there are many barons as well as upstart viscounts. Since we all managed to become nobles thanks to the 100 years of service that our late grandparents or great-grandparents did, it's normal that they didn't give us the von Four name. For that reason, the Empire forbids the children of nobles without a family name to attend elementary school. The elementary school is an educational institution created by the nobles themselves. That is to say, nobles who have an antecedent surname can go to the households of other nobles and receive training for their future. The time of studies is 5 years and starts from 11 to 15 years old. After completing them, the youngsters take the exam to be ready to enroll in the academy the following year. It is very strange, isn't it? Well, in the game the study time and also the prologue of the game lasted the 2 years that the academy lasts. After finishing school, the protagonist and the targets spent the next 4 years working until the Holy War broke out. Millions of innocent lives were lost on the first day of the war. It is for that reason that I was so terrified to have been reincarnated into this world. And it is for that very reason that my desire to be a guardian among the shadows was born. I will do everything I can to prevent this catastrophe from happening. Or at least prevent the number of victims from being large. Good. With nothing more to say, let me end with a few words from the best student who took the entrance exam. Oh, finally will come the end of the introduction to the game world. The protagonist will stand at the front and give a touching message about the effort on how she got here. Wait, who the hell is that? A tall guy, uniform just like mine, but with the edges of his shirt colored gold. His head was completely shaved like Buddhist monks, his eyes were closed and his muscles made him look intimidating despite his relaxed expression. Hello everyone, my dear juniors, I am Squall von Iscariot. Like I care. Wait, what did he say? That name. Squall. Iscariot. I remembered it. Don't fuck with me. I looked with deep anger at the guy who was talking about what the protagonist should say. I am your teacher in charge for the rest of the year. If you have any questions or suggestions, don't forget to count on my help. I am not only your professor of magical theory, I am also your ally. I also went through your seats several years ago, so I understand what you will be going through. The classroom was like the inside of a college classroom. I was in the last seat in the back row. The reason was that I could lounge around. A man with short light grey hair introduced himself. I am Manfred von Zeben, the third son of a count household. Was what he said before he began to sound very enthusiastic. He had a thin, large, pointed mustache that covered his entire upper lip. His beard was small, his lozenges neatly trimmed and his manners top-notch. Since I've already introduced myself, I'd like you to do so as well. Let's start with you, young lady. The professor asked a girl who was writing something. From my position I could only see her hair and hear her mumbling. This. I am Evelyn von Exner. The youngest daughter of Marquis Exner. Nice. My tongue. She bit her tongue by accident. Is this what they call charm for foolishness? The other students were introducing themselves, including Cliff who made a joke, but no one was laughing. There were different students with high and low ranks in our classroom. That was because we are assigned by our grades. In the room with the most students are those who scored less than 30 points. By the way, I scored 27. Derek 17 and Cliff 11, ha ha ha, but what idiots they are. My funny thoughts stopped as a certain student caught my attention. That person was. I'm Siegburn von Bryce. It's a pleasure. This guy with an unsympathetic and a social aura was the 4th Imperial Prince. He already introduced himself, so I won't say his name. He is a guy taller than me, his hair was navy blue and messy, it was also bulky as it covered his ears. His eyes were dark blue, he had on his right shoulder a mantle with the crest of the Empire. A lion with a great mane of golden color with angel-like wings over a battlefield. The boy sat down. Instead, I looked at him and whispered to myself. One of the secret capture targets has appeared, at the same time, the bearer of the sin of envy. Everybody gather around. The next class we had was a training class. We weren't going to do much of anything, just to gauge who were the strong and the weak to verify what kind of training they will have. I'm your main teacher in this class. Johnny Morlat, you can call me Professor John or Mr. John. I will not accept any other name than that. You heard right, maggots. A dark-skinned man, wearing your classic PE teacher's clothes, but with his jacket tied around his hips shouted at us. He had dreadlocks that were tied in a ponytail. He possessed a sweatband across his forehead and dark glasses. Okay. Let's measure your skills. First they will be. He held a list in his hands, lowering his finger to call out random students. Derek Larkin and Oscar von Pleven. Come forward. My good friend Derek stepped forward, the handle of a sword in his hand. It was a practice weapon. The handle devours magical power and materializes it like the edge of a sword. It can cut, that's why they create them with a power restrictor to only absorb 3 to 6%. Derek was trembling, contrary to his opponent. Standing there was one of the 5 capture targets. Heir son of a renowned Marquis household. Grandson of the first seat of the 10 holy wizards and also one of the saviors of this world. His hair was pink with several white locks, it was fluffy and silky smooth, it reached up to his neck and covered his right eye, but was still transparent so you could see his beautiful bright indigo eyes. "Begin," said the professor. Oscar didn't move. In fact, he didn't care about Derek at all. Just as in the game, he had little indifference in his opponent. That was because he was confident of his victory. Derek shouted as he swung his sword made of magic power. But Oscar! Fall! He knocked Derek down with an airstrike coming from his floating sword. That was this boy's talent, a born genius with wind magic. Right. Next. Cliff next to me said. I feel like it's going to be your turn, he he he. Cliff Easton and Jake von Fitzclarence. Come forward. Cliff was horrified. I touched his man and said. Sorry. But in reality I was. Ha ha ha, serves you right for wishing me ill. Cliff was scared. His opponent was another one of the capture targets. Another handsome guy with good features. His hair was flame red and wavy covering part of his ears. Bright blue eyes with a look of extreme confidence. Heir son to not only one of the 7 dukes of the empire, he was also the son of the number 2 seat of the Holy Wizards. Jake laughed, and at the professor's signal charged towards Cliff and they began to fight. Jake and Oscar's forte was not physical fighting but ranged with magical attacks. In the end, Jake won. Ha ha ha, I'm the best. Just like the game, he was proud of something small like this. More and more students were coming, suddenly everyone fell silent as 2 names came out. Come forward, Belange von Fraser and Lambert von Atli. I gulped as I heard those names. 2 boys no, it would be better to say 2 monsters came out front. A very tall, muscular boy, tan skin, handsome face with a mischievous grin stood off to the side. His hair was combed back, some ends stood up showing a wild appearance, the color was black with golden lines and light brown eyes. Looks like fate once again wants to test our strength, don't you think so? While the other boy who was much shorter than him was calm. His expression didn't change, he looked like a martial arts master totally calm under a noisy waterfall. His appearance was very beautiful, his skin was pale like the edge of a sword. His body was toned, though slender. His hair reached below his shoulders, the color was ash grey. The back middle part was tied in a small braid. His beautiful, crystal blue-green eyes showed no sign of interest in his opponent. The professor looked at both of them and as he was about to blow the whistle. Begin. It was all over at that moment. Lambert disappeared. No. The correct thing to say would be that he leaped forward in a split second, knocked Belange to the ground and lightly stroked his neck with the handle of the sword. You lost. That was what Lambert said before standing up and paying his respects to the duel. Belange among the capture targets was the strongest without a doubt, but Lambert was the one who possessed the stats of agility, luck, magic power and intelligence to the max from the start. It seems he was the favorite of the developers. Everyone was amazed, the professor didn't know what happened until Lambert told him it was over. The dreadlocked professor blew the whistle to end the duel. As Lambert returned to his position, I stared at him. But he quickly without changing his expression turned to my position and I was picking my nose to look like I wasn't doing anything. That scared me. Actually Lambert's skills are even more incredible seeing him in person. The fate of the world will be guaranteed with a guy like that. While I was thinking how wonderful it was to have Lambert on the side of justice, Cliff was tugging on my sleeve. Razel, you've been called. His tone was cold. I didn't understand why until I stepped forward. Truly this is unexpected. In front of me was the last, but the most important character in the game after the female protagonist. As well as the main capture target. The 3rd Prince of the Empire, Regulus von Brise. A tall and slender man of such a beautiful appearance, that, if you were a woman or a man of odd tastes, you would fall at his feet. Or if you were a woman, you would be the girl everyone would kill for just to touch his hand. Every feature of his body and face implied that his illustrator and voice doubler had to be of the highest caliber because of how expensive his appearance was. His hair was blonde, the same kind as Amy's. His eyes were emerald green. He was a work of art, this man. He went into attack position, I did too. The moment the professor blew his whistle, I let go of my sword. It's my defeat. I didn't even struggle or move. I simply accepted my defeat. I have no reason to fight or measure our strength. Since this man will become the strongest person in the world in a few years. I don't want to earn his hatred. The other fights continued and I returned to my original position. I am a background character, a guardian in the shadows. I must not stand out for anything in this world. The class was over. I played tag now, but I felt like releasing a brown baby first. So I hurried to the designated classroom. As I ran around looking for the classroom with music, a girl was coming from in front of me. She was walking gracefully and at a slow pace. The moment our paths crossed, she muttered something. Liar. But I couldn't hear what it was as I was in a hurry. I walked on without looking back once. Chapter 5 The Female Protagonist and Rebel Prince. A pleasure to meet you young men. I am your etiquette teacher, the second son of a Viscount household, Clement von Werner. For the remainder of the year let's get along. Okay. This was the manners class, preparing tea parties among other noble manly things. The professor in front of me was a tall, thin, well-dressed man with a sort of scarf on his shirt and sleeves. His hair was wavy black and completely covered his right eye, so we could see only his left eye, which was yellow. He smiled at us with the grace and kindness of a good teacher. There was nothing wrong with that. The problem with him was that we were afraid of his face. His face was almost transparent and his cheeks showed the shape of his teeth. His yellow eye gave off a bad vibe and his gruff, grim-sounding voice didn't help at all. One girl couldn't stand the way he was smiling at us. It looked like a horror movie. When a killer is ready to reveal his motives to the poor victim. Professor, I'm sorry. But you're really scary. She said what we all thought. The scary professor heard her say that and then. I'm so sorry. His smile was wiped away by crying as he sat in a fetal position and an aura of depression surrounded him. I always try to get along with the students, but everyone always ends up saying the same thing. I should resign as a teacher and go live in the mountains since I can't even get a fiancé. The girl who told the truth immediately apologized. I don't know which house she was from, but it seems that everyone like her stood up to apologize. The power of a pitiful man certainly moves mountains. After she stopped crying, I said to him. Professor, I'm sorry, I'm late and I don't know where to sit. The etiquette class was divided into an exact number of boys and girls. The teacher would put them together depending on their status. Even my friends were sitting with girls. Not me since I entered late due to releasing a brown baby. Oh, right, Is there anyone who doesn't have a partner? Etiquette classes will be with their respective partner for a whole year, so the leftover girl will be my partner until the last month of classes. Me. A girl raised her hand from the back. The teacher said to me. All right, from now on she will be your partner, it can't be changed by the way. I walked to the back as the teacher explained what we would be doing. Just as I was within my reach, I saw her. The girl who would be my partner until December was standing in front of me. Nice to meet you. She said with a smile. There was nothing wrong with that. Except one and only one. Why? Why precisely her? Is the power of the cliché stage interfering with my life as a background character? At a table decorated with snacks, top-notch tea leaves, expensive decorations, silver and gold cutlery and a swan-shaped tea set. There sat a beautiful girl with light blonde hair pulled back in two small pigtails from her neck and down to her back. Her eyes were a beautiful aquamarine, a color resembling a crystalline green. She displayed a charming smile that could captivate anyone. This girl is not just any girl, she is none other than the protagonist of this Otome game. This. Are you going to sit down? Hey. Yes. The class had already started. My experience as a background character was being diverted as I interacted with the characters in the game. You are organizing a meeting for an important person. That person, whether male or female, will look at your decor both from the interior of the room and the tea set you have prepared and even the snacks you serve. Appearance is very important, remember that well. The scary professor was teaching us the basics of etiquette, how to serve tea and drink it in an elegant way. We all practiced how to decorate our tables and serve our companion as if he was an important person. This served for the future of many, but not a few. I, as always, didn't care about anything. But I couldn't concentrate. Is there a problem? My tea partner was asking me why I was taking so long to pour a simple cup of tea. That's the problem. I don't understand why we were assigned together. Your grades to get in are high, aren't they? What are you doing here? You should be at the first meeting with the capture targets. And no. I'm just nervous. I poured the liquid into the cup just as the teacher said. Now it was time to chat about any topic as if it was important. Since we're going to be partners, I think it would be good for us to get to know each other better, Don't you think? The protagonist said. Yes, I'd love to. With a sweet smile. She started first. Truth be told, I'm still a little scared. I had my doubts about whether or not it was okay to come study at the Imperial Capital's Academy. I want to get personal information from her, for future research in preventing the annoying non-romantic events from happening to her. Is that so? But it is normal for nobles to attend the academy. Her smile faded, her eyes lowered to the table, and after waiting quietly for a while she said. I am not a noble. Nor am I the illegitimate daughter of any noble, nor do I belong to a house of knights. I already knew that, but she had better say it herself. What do you mean? Now I was imitating the conversations of romantic comedy protagonists at an important moment to find out some girl's past. I had never talked to a girl other than Amy or my family, so I have zero experience with it. For that reason, I'll use my knowledge of manly characters so no one will realize I'm scared to talk to a real girl. You see. I'm a commoner. I pretended to widen my eyes in surprise. Now, any noble who heard that would look down on her. But I didn't really care. You'll save the world, so it won't matter where you come from in the future. It's time to act like a sympathetic and nice guy. Even though I'm not really. And does that really matter? Hey. It's just that what you're saying is absurd to me. I mean, you're a commoner, so what? I'm the son of an upstart nobleman with no territory. The only difference between the two of us, is that you don't possess a family name, but I do. And even then I am not recognized by other nobles, so, to them, we are both maggots, ha ha ha. What I was saying was both truth and lie. The truth was everything and the lie was that, even as an upstart noble, she would be looked down upon. It is because of her status, that the Duke's villainous daughter would harass her to leave the academy. If I can guarantee that she would at least not give in or decay into a psychological problem so that she wouldn't have to endure any more hassle about not being worthy of being here, I wouldn't mind advising her. I'm Razel, nice to meet you. I introduced myself to show how trustworthy I am. Her eyes were wide as saucers, then she smiled and said. Nice to meet you, Razel Kun. I'm Lily. Let's get along well from today onwards. Lily, hey. If I remember correctly, in one of those forums where they wrote super secret things that only developers should know, it was mentioned that the protagonist's real name was inspired by a beautiful flower. The idea of introducing that information was discarded since that other game had beaten them before. Apparently the name of that heroine was also similar to Lily's, a beautiful flower. Maybe she should have been called Rose, Violet or Iris maybe. I didn't really care, I just mentioned it as a curiosity. Lily was telling me that she lived all her life in a convent with other children and many nuns. She doesn't know who her parents were since she was abandoned as a baby at the convent gates at midnight. That's what the Mother Superior told him. She told me interesting things like that she could use healing magic. Healing magic is part of light magic, a rare type of magical attribute to obtain or use in spells. That was because no one cared about light magic or healing magic. A firearm can do the same thing as light magic. Healing magic, on the other hand, was only for healing, nothing else. But when she reveals her powers as the saint, the woman who listens to the voice of the goddess Alexia, then they will learn to value her. She also told me that an official came to the convent, the reason is unknown. What does matter is that he gave her a test and discovered her magical attribute. That's how he took the test and then prepared for the next year at the academy. That information was never revealed in the game. It was just said that he had no parents and that was it. Damn lazy developers. Okay, that's it. We'll see you guys on Thursday. The scary professor was saying goodbye very sadly, but excited to see us soon. He was still scary. My friends left before I could call them over. Apparently they wanted to try to flirt with their female classmates away from the table. Time to go. But someone tugged on my sleeve as I cleared the table. It was Lily. Is something wrong? I was asking her. She was giving embarrassed looks between me and the table. Was she afraid of my face? This. Razel Kun. Yes. I know we'll always see each other in this class, and there's no other class we have together, though I don't really know that too. But, here goes. Lily took a deep breath and then said. Would you want us to be friends even outside of this class? Sure. Lily was surprised by my quick response. I didn't mind being friends with her, since she would equally fall in love with any or all of the hot guys in the game. So, if we are friends, I will be able to be around them in a non-confident way. Lily told me that she would like to meet me at noon, which was lunchtime for everyone. No problem. She walked out with a smile on her face. I too, as I walked, watched her checkered miniskirt the same color as my pants flutter. It was a beautiful world where teenage girls wore short skirts that showed off their plump legs and thighs. Thank you so much, Lily, for wearing your thigh-high white tights. As I walked to my next class, I glimpsed in the distance the place where the meeting between Lily and Prince Regulus was taking place. It was a statue found in different areas of the Empire. They represented both our religion and the symbol of the Academy. The flag of the Empire was a golden winged lion. It represented the last king, who managed to unite the 7 kingdoms under one flag. At his side was the flag of the Academy, 3 beautiful crossed swords representing exactly the 3 gods. On the left, an old man holding a grimoire, that was Abos, the god of knowledge. On his right was an older man named Elize, the god of crafts. And in the center lay the main figure. A beautiful woman with long hair holding in her 2 hands a large spear. She was the goddess Alexia, goddess of life, mana, and victory. We prayed to her as she was the central figure. In the game nothing was explained about her. Apparently she had her own event, but the developers said that an error came out when introducing it and it could not be fixed. They left it for a possible sequel that never came. Enough of this waste of time, it's still early and I want to end this day to go get something to eat. The next one was fencing class. It is totally different from the dreadlocked professor's self-defense class. For this class they used B or A rank adventurer, also retired knights. The reason, no idea. I'm not going to explain every strange thing about this place. We were a big group of guys and girls. We were split up before we went in. I introduce myself, I'm Gladys Wolford, I'll be your instructor for the remainder of the year. Greetings. A beautiful woman with a slightly masculine tone like her appearance introduced herself. Her hair was combed to the sides and reached her ears because of how short it was. The color was red like the wine they serve in fine restaurants, her eyes were a dark amber color. His chest looked normal, but as he turned around to go look at some wooden swords, I stared at him. A large, round butt was visible. It was so big that walking around made it look very erotic. As she came back, she threw the wooden swords at us. In this country only the Lyonnais style is practiced and used, as that was the name of the first sword saint of the Empire. It is an honor for everyone to learn it. But I don't see the big deal. I mean, you just put the right foot forward and the sword in the stance in a straight stance. Seriously, where the hell is the greatness in that? You will be divided into pairs of 2. Find someone who wants you. Just like in my previous life, there was no one who wants to be my partner. It was a bit painful to be an outcast in a world of magic and fantasy. Then, someone approached me. Hey, do you want to practice with me? Said a guy, a person I had to observe sooner or later. That person was. Sure, His Highness, Prince Siegburn. There is no one else free. The 4th Prince of the Empire, in the game he was one of the extra capture characters. The developer, when it released its first dating simulator, it wasn't the greatest thing. It was bad in every aspect of the word. What made it famous and interesting to their horrible games, was that they added a secret character that can only be unlocked by doing some complex steps. At first it was only 3 beautiful girls, then it was 4, somehow they increased that number until it became ridiculous. For that reason, when the microtransactions came, they opted to put in purchase characters under the excuse of being extra characters. Of these extra characters, of which there were many and even teachers, there are only 2 that capture my attention because of what they will do in the future. One is a senior student. The other was the rebellious prince, Siegburn. A rebellious character who did not respect the laws of the Academy and was a hooligan. A boy with a complex about how successful his half-brother, the 3rd Regulus prince, would become. In the future, that jealousy and hatred for being his brother's shadow will lead him to become the bearer of the sin of envy, and he will become a horrible monster who will be killed by that brother. The reason for giving him his own route was to understand his personality. No one wanted him even on his route. Lily would end his life on that route. It is for that reason, I will find out enough about him. Then, I will put him to sleep forever. First, let's look at his abilities. Thank you for being my dueling partner. It was like that, how we fought for a while. His moves weren't at all earth-shattering. In fact, I didn't use any Lyonnais-style moves, I used my own sword style. I call it Shadow Light style. It consists of going forward and charging full power at your enemy using only one hand. The prince really sucked. I'm being lazy, but he doesn't seem to take me seriously. I stopped to tell him. Your Highness, if you don't wish to fight me, I'm sure there must be someone better than me. The prince looked at me with a strange face. You took the words right out of my mouth. That is not the style of the capital, there is no other such style. There is no crime in wearing another style, but it is very rare to see one. This time he became serious. If you don't want to fight me, just say so and don't act like a fool. Now he really pissed me off, this fucker. I thought His Highness was bored of fighting great opponents, after all, he is the prince of the empire. I ran at high speed to hit him, and that's when he got serious. He parried my attack with a strange movement. His sword seemed to move as if it were in a river. What makes you think that? He said annoyed. I on the other hand answered him. Isn't it obvious? Someone who was born in the best cradle of the empire must have received not only meals, and luxurious clothes but also first-rate training. He was annoying me for the sake of it. This person is someone I will sooner or later eliminate, I don't need to know how nice his life was. You're wrong. Hey! I said, what were you ruing? He used all his strength to push me around while yelling things at me that were never mentioned in the game. So what if I'm the fourth prince? You don't know anything about me. You don't know what those people put me through. The title of the prince to me is just an empty shell. If I were to die, no one in the palace would care at all. At that moment, a tear was running down his cheek, he stopped using force and left the place in annoyance. The academy cafeteria was a place that resembled a huge high-class restaurant. There were chandeliers and an orchestra. The food was prestigious and very healthy. Razel and Cid arrived late. The most expensive food was gone. There were only inexpensive meals left for poor students. It was roast beef with vegetables and noodle soup. Razel drooled as, for him, that was a delicacy. Cid was used to eating things like that, so, for him, this was something normal. After buying their food, they found a small empty table. On it sat Lily. She saw him and greeted him. Razel kun, here. The two went to sit down, and Razel introduced Cid. Lily, of course, shoot in her mouth towards a strange Awawa. Cid said to her. Please don't treat me special, I'm just a prince in the title. Lily was still nervous but tried hard not to show her fear. Once they sat down, a long-haired girl walked past Razel and said. You are a vile liar. Who clearly heard that was Cid, he looked at Razel and asked. Do you know her? Not at all, I don't even know who she is. Razel was about to put some meat in his mouth when Cid stunned him. Seems to me you do. Since it's rare for the daughter of the Rosenberg household to talk to anyone. Razel looked at Cid and blurted out an idiotic comment like his face. She's the daughter of Rosenberg household. Hearing that name, Razel watched the girl's back as she walked away. Chapter 6 The Background Character and the Villainous Daughter. A new day had arrived at the academy. In one of the female dormitories, a girl was waking up. Her pajamas were a beautiful mix of white and red. After getting up, she brushed her long hair that reached her back. She put on eye drops for staying up late writing a letter. She blinked several times, the beautiful plum-red iris was visible through her golden hair that covered her face a bit. After changing her clothes and brushing her teeth, she went to the mirror to take one last look at her outfit before heading out. Okay. Let's get to class. The girl had been born in one of the 7 most important cradles of the empire. She was the only daughter of a duke's house, she is Elize von Rosenberg and she was the insufferable villainess and rival of the protagonist. Lily was in the 2nd class, of those who scored 75 to 89 points. They were in a paired activity. This. No bother me. Lily had no partner in this class despite the activity requiring 2 people. It was normal for Lily to feel left out and ignored by the other students. The nobles felt disgust at having to share a classroom with a commoner. Lily's face showed sadness and she had to do the activity alone in class. The first period was over. Elize put her books in her bag to go to the magic practice room. The capture targets stood up to leave. At that, Elize was approaching her fiancé, Prince Regulux. Your Highness, allow me to escort you. Elize wanted to spend time with her fiancé, but he? What for? He showed a side of coldness strange in a boy who was supposed to be friendly with everyone. Elize made a complicated face as she answered. What for? Well, I'd like for us to spend time together at the academy. Oh, does my presence annoy you? Regulux's mouth twitched and Elize felt a chill. It is as you say. It's annoying that. If you want to spend time, arrange a tea party and send me the invitation. Elize wanted to argue, but Lambert stopped her. Rosenberg-san, you're in the way. We'll be late for the next class. Lambert's eyes always showed coldness, but as he looked at Elize, they grew darker. I am so sorry to be a bother. If you'll excuse me. She curtsied and hurried out of the room. Belange asked curiously. Prince, why did you turn her down? Lambert was about to tell her that it was disrespectful, but the prince himself stopped him. It's simple, she really is very annoying. Oscar answered him. But, it's normal for one to spend time with one's fiancée, Your Highness, isn't she your type? It was a normal question, but it was Jake, who for some reason was acting smug, revealed to them. That's because you guys don't know the truth about her house. Hey, that's not something you should tell just anyone. Lambert glanced furtively at Jake, but Regulus stopped him. It's fine if it's them, but, this no one should know, it would be frowned upon for the Imperial Palace for normal people to find out. The boys had no idea what he was talking about until Jake said. As you all may know, Duke Rosenberg's household was the main house of dukes in the Empire. One of the wealthiest and most prosperous families in the country. Oscar said. That anyone knows, your point is. Jake stopped smiling as he revealed something almost no one knew. More than 5 years ago Rosenberg household fell into near total ruin. Belange and Oscar couldn't believe their ears, there was no one else in the room and Lambert was making sure there was no one outside for Jake to continue. Elize was running as a bit of tears showed on her face. I don't quite know the details, but it seems your family is in huge debt. My father told me that the Rosenberg Duchy has lost over 70% of its domain. Oscar asked Jake in amazement. How could something like that happen? The head of the house didn't say anything. This time it was Lambert who was answering him. It was the head of the house himself who caused that. The two boys were dumbfounded. That's not all, he also fled the country before the tax collectors came to his house. Now that Oscar and Belange understood Eliza's situation, the most important question asked Oscar. Yes, that is true. It is. Let me finish. If it is true, why do you refuse your fiancée, Your Highness? Everyone looked at Regulux's face when he said. It's because of that, she seeks to attach herself to me like a blood-sucking parasite. She seeks me only to gain benefits from the imperial family and for me to pay the ridiculous expenses of her house's debt. Lambert said. Ever since that trouble happened, she has been trying to modestly approach Your Highness. Of course, all those approaches are just to gain benefits. It's not a lie when I say that her mother had to borrow money from the imperial family last year for tuition. Despite taking an entrance exam, students were required to pay 500 gold pieces a month until graduation. There was of course a covenant where low-income students had to divert half of their income from their homes or part-time or adventurer jobs to pay. Razel was going through the same thing, but thanks to Amy he didn't worry so much about money for the books that made him a lot of money. I see. Oscar said. In that case, I think I understand Your Highness in turning her down. Yes, I wouldn't want my fiancé to screw me over with money either. It's sad, but thanks to that, the Fitzclarence Principality became the most important ducal house in the Empire. The boys were talking as if Elize was the hideous woman she was supposed to be in the game. You guys, are you forgetting we're going to be late? Regulus said that from the doorway, the other four followed him and ran. The next class was on magical theory with Professor Manfred. Elize was taking notes like the others, so it seemed, but in reality. I can't keep up with the content of the lessons. I couldn't keep up with the lessons. She had written nothing but the title of the class. His hand was shaking. Good. Now I'll get someone out to solve this magic formula. Miss Rosenberg, please come. Elize gave a slight jump at being called to the front. With some trepidation, she walked to where the professor stood. In front of her was a floating magic circle. Now, try to find the problem in that earth-summoning circle. Elize took something similar to a blue-colored chalk to write on the circle. Seconds passed, then a couple of minutes. Is something wrong? Professor Manfred asked Elize, who was trembling as she didn't know what to do. Finally, she lowered her hand and with a murmur said to the professor. I'm sorry, I don't know what I should do. I'm sorry. The teacher looked at her and said. I understand, you can sit down. I'm sorry. Elize was returning to her desk as she ducked her head. She heard some murmuring from some girls. Hey, why do you think she couldn't write something as easy as that? I don't know. That exercise is one of the most basic ones they teach you in elementary school. Hey, you don't think she didn't go to one? I mean, it's really weird that she can't figure that one out. Now that you mention it, I don't remember hearing about the Rosenberg's daughter going to elementary school. I don't think that's possible, is it? Ha ha ha, how funny would it be if a duke's household couldn't send their daughter to one? Little giggles let out from the girls. Girls who were originally part of his entourage. Strangest of all, it was actually Lily who was on the receiving end of these taunts and Elize herself for not knowing something so basic. The class continued as normal. But Elize was clutching her skirt tightly as she held back the urge to cry. Hold it in. For your house. The day's journey reached the halfway point, which meant it was time for lunch. Elize looked at the expensive dishes with great hunger, but she had to make do with the inexpensive dishes. She pulled out her purse and gave a slight jump when she saw that she had almost no money left. She decided to buy a bottle of water. As he walked to go to the garden to wait for classes to start, he stood watching a certain figure shouting. Ah, damn you Cliff! The voice belonged to Razel, who was arguing with his friends at a small table. At that table were also Lily and Cid. Phew, I'm so sorry, Razel kun, but dessert is mine. You bastard, I'll kill you. Razel, don't behave that way for a flan. You don't understand Cid, it's a super tasty flan for a small price. Finding one is a miracle and this bastard stole it. Correction, I bought it for you, but you didn't realize it. You dirty liar. Razel and his friends were having fun despite fighting. For some reason, Lily was there having fun too, when she should be in a lounge listening to Oscar play the piano. Elize saw only one figure, anger was reflected on her face and her mouth was distorted in anger. If only you hadn't shown up. Bath time for the girls had arrived. They could bathe at any time, but before 10 p.m. it was forbidden. Elize was in a large circular-shaped bath. Her beautiful hair was floating, her big breasts too. The pink part in the middle was being covered by her hair that looked like noodles in a soup. She was the last to bathe, the reason was because she didn't want to run into the other girls. It's only day 2 and I'm having a terrible time. She slapped her cheek lightly. Eli, try hard, don't give up. Or else all you'll have suffered with mom will be in vain. Her beautiful eyes were reflected in the bath water. For a moment, she visualized a little girl smiling. That idiot child didn't know what a hell her life was going to become. Suddenly, she heard footsteps, turning to see who it was. She found Lily, who was coming covered only by a towel. They both saw each other, this was their first meeting, but... I'm sorry, I didn't know it was occupied. Don't apologize, the bathroom is available to all students until 10. No hostile events were occurring as in the game. Lily stepped into the tub next to Elize, her hair was pulled back in a big bun. She made a strange wah-wah sound as she relaxed. Her large breasts were floating as well. Elize giggled a little. Lily immediately apologized. I'm so sorry. Elize turned her head in denial. No, you have nothing to apologize for, it's just that something like this is very rare to see. Elize suddenly said something that made Lily startle. You're the commoner student, aren't you? Lily hid her head as she answered. Yes. It's me. How about Academy? Lily looked quizzical at that normal, gentle tone from the girl who was supposed to be a horrendously possessive woman. Despite some people making fun of me. I really enjoy it, I like it here. I see. Elize stood up. Lily could see her sensual, slender figure. Her long hair covered every revealing part except from the navel down. It's none of my business your life, but, if you decide to take this stranger's advice. As she grabbed a towel to clean herself, she said things the Elize in the game never said. Don't let them bully you. Even if you can't defend yourself, ignore them. Ignore the comments of what others do to you. Lock them in a trunk that will never be opened and throw it into the sea. That's all I can tell you, experience speaks. While in her robe, Elize said her goodbyes and left the bathroom heading for the female dormitory. As she walked down the hallway, she found a certain boy walking half asleep straight to the bathroom. I don't want to take a bath, but if I don't, the bed will stink and laundry is only once a week. Eliza's relaxed face changed to one of anger as in the afternoon. Razel was walking beside her. The moment their shoulders inadvertently met, Elize said. It must feel good to live without worry every day, mustn't it? There being others who fear for what tomorrow holds after being shamelessly spat upon. Elize turned to look at Razel, but he was still walking without turning around. That only made her anger rise, and she threw one of her slippers at him. Razel fell against the ground and she walked without a slipper. You really are the worst thing that ever happened to my life. Razel, you bastard. A couple of days passed after that. Elize and her mother were at the door. Come back soon, dear. Fare you well, Daddy. Her father, the head of the house, said he had to leave urgently due to some problems at a factory belonging to them. Thank you, I'll be back soon. Barbara, I left you a letter that you must open after I get back. Yes, I don't understand the reason, but don't worry. Her husband gave her a kiss on the cheek and then bent down to look at his daughter. Eli, as the heiress of this house, it's your duty to take care of your mom. Yes, I will. Her father smiled as he looked at them both. Goodbye, you two. His farewell tone was very sad, but they thought it was painful to part from their family. 2 days had passed since the head of Rosenberg household left. Elize was walking in her pajamas to go to breakfast. Normally a maid would do that, but none were present. Then, she heard shouting. Something like this is impossible to be true. Elize was startled to hear a scream. It belonged to her mother. She was walking down the grand staircase and in the reception area she found a terrifying scene. A diverse group of men in black suits were inside the house. They were walking around the house as if they were the owners. In the midst of them all, her mother suddenly fell to her knees. As she did so did several papers. Elize ran to her mother. Mommy. Her mother became aware of her presence. Eli? Don't come. As Elize was almost to her mother, her feet stepped on a yellow piece of paper. The paper had a magic circle showing black letters and a picture. Elize was shocked to see the picture of the person standing there. Hey? Daddy. It was a wanted dead or alive poster. Her father was there. There were also several descriptions of crimes and a large value for his capture. Elize didn't understand what was going on, until one of the men in suits knelt down to tell her in a pained manner. Little girl, I'm really sorry, but your daddy is a wanted man by the Empire. Hey! Elize lifted her face and looked fearfully at the man. Believe it or not, neither you nor your mom. Your dad for years now has been evading taxes, running scams, buying illegal goods from the lawless city, among other things. Eliza's face was disfigured from the horror of hearing that her doting dad was a horrible person. 2 days ago, your dad was sent a communique that said he had to report to the palace to give an explanation for this. Since he didn't go because some relatives said he was busy because of his daughter's party, the palace gave him 1 more day's time, but that was over and we were sent to look for him. At that moment, a group of gentlemen entered the house. Elize and her mother did not know what to do. At that moment, Barbara ran to her husband's study to open the letter left for him. As she opened the letter, she began to cry. She dropped the letter and collapsed against the table. The cry of a married woman was heard. Elize walked over to see. The men in suits came into the room to check the documents. One of them asked Eliza's mother for permission to read the letter. Reading it, the man said, "That dirty bastard. Apparently he confesses what he did and that he escaped to the ideal empire. There's nothing we can do then. Worst of all, he's laughing at us, that scoundrel." Elize heard horrible things. That day ended badly. She and her mother went to the palace to find out the cost of the debt they must pay. The amount was so much that Elize, who still did not know the monetary value, did not understand why her mother was clutching her dress. As the days went by, the things in the mansion were sold. Then, they had to leave the mansion and give half of the duchy to the empire. The duchy belonged to her husband's family. For several generations it was one of the most prosperous territories of all. Now, that territory was slowly being handed over to the empire to pay off the debt. Elize was never able to go to an elementary school or have any more birthday parties. They moved to a small mansion in the imperial capital, not because they wanted to, it was an order from a minister who said they could escape too. After hearing the news, the other relatives, including Eliza's grandparents, also took flight. In a few days, the Rosenberg house was left with only 2 family members. Elize had a thought. It's all his fault. She cursed someone with all her heart. If only I hadn't met you, none of this would have happened. She knew that wasn't true, but, that hurt heart didn't want to be healed. I curse you to the end of my days, Razel. I swear I will never forgive you for destroying my home. It was a tantrum of a hurt child. In the end, Elize turned 16, the age that dictated the game where it all began. That was what her heart held for years. A new morning came. Elize had her beautiful eyes red, it seemed she had cried all night. She gave herself some light strokes and proceeded to live her life. The only thing that motivated her to go on, was that by getting engaged to the prince, her family will not fall into total ruin. Unfortunately, the game would not allow her to be happy or receive her punishment. That was the role of the horrible villainous daughter. A poor girl who wanted to revive her destroyed home. Chapter 7 Young Adventurers. It has been 2 weeks since the school year started. There are 4 semesters per year. The first semester ends at the end of February. March is vacation. I am happy that, unlike my previous life, my new school life is more fun. The only drawback, or rather the only problems I have are 2. The first is that Lily has been hanging out with me a lot. That prevents her from going to events where I have to socialize and conquer capture targets. The second problem was that a girl was bothering me. In fact, right now she's glaring at me. A beautiful blonde girl with cherry red eyes and big breasts was looking at me like I was a pest. It was a combined class of the pointy-mustached professor. We were divided into groups of 2, I was in the second group alone. My friends were not here. Not even CID, funny how he seems like a normal kid. I've been secretly watching him to look for a weakness and destroy him. He doesn't seem to have one, but at the same time he doesn't look like someone who could threaten the quiet life I want. He is currently in Amy's situation, avoid his bad future and not kill him. I like her, I hope that doesn't happen. Back to this girl. What am I supposed to do here? Turns out she was Elize, the villainess. I had forgotten about her. No, lie, I hadn't. I was trying, but I couldn't. What became of her after that goodbye, I wondered. Her eyes didn't seem to leave my sight. It scared the hell out of me. Hey, I asked you what I'm supposed to do here. We were recreating a magic circle in a grimoire. Grimoires are books created with magic for students to learn about. I don't know. Maybe you should abandon it like you always do. Hey? What's that supposed to mean? I don't get it. Anyway. If you don't want to help me, we'll both get a bad grade. Fine with me, I'll take you down with me. This girl was getting testy. Well, I don't blame her. I told her I'd go to her birthday party, but I never went. So I'll tolerate it for now. Okay. In the end, we got a bad grade. Listen well, we will go to a dungeon. We were in the big-ass professor's class. As always, it was a visual spectacle to look at her big fat butt as she walked. We had divided into groups of 12. There was the shared class. In my group were other bottom students like me, including my friends, CID, and for some reason Lily. While another group had the capture targets and Eli. He kept giving me a dirty look as usual. We walked deeper into the dungeon. This place sucks. Derek was saying as we walked through a narrow, smelly cave. In the game, dungeons served only to gain experience, their backstory was that they are nests of monsters. There's no greater mystery than that. I would ask Lily if she didn't want to go with the gold group. No. In fact, they asked me to join you guys since I had no one else to hang out with. You know, they're your potential boyfriends. Hey. Wait a minute, what did she say? They turned her down? That can't be, it's against the events of the game. Did they say why? You're in the way. That's what the cold-eyed guy said to me. Damn Lambert, just like in the game, you're a pain in the ass. I don't get it. Isn't this part of that game? Something weird is going on here. Love events must be happening every so often, but Lily seems to barely know about them. In fact, yesterday she was supposed to have a meeting in the library with Jake, but he never went. I was there spying on her in a wholesome way and never saw him. Things like that were happening daily. I'm getting terrified. If Lily didn't get together with the capture targets, it's really going to be bad when the goddess Alexia tells her that the power of her love can awaken the true power of the spear. Everyone, watch out! CID shouted, as I realized what it was. We were surrounded by a group of giant ants. Everyone was scared except me. That's because I was hunting ants while running my errands as a D rank. CID drew his sword and acted like a brave leader. Prepare to fight. Just as he said, the ants came to bother us, they wanted to kill us. But we are many so. Hee. No. Some students, among them my friends, ran away. There were only a few of us left. One girl had a rifle. She was shooting at these things. Since I am a guardian in the shadows, I must act just like a background character. I was getting ready to run away when something unexpected happened. No. From above, a large spider kidnapped Lily. This was bad. It was dragging her into its burrow. Cid and the others were fighting the ants. I just said, "I'll be back soon." And with those words, I took a leap upward to look for her. Elize's group was in another direction. How boring this is. Belange complained as they had been walking for several minutes and found no monsters. I'm with you, this is very quiet. Jake was supportive, then came Oscar. I don't want to agree with you, but it's true. We haven't found a single monster. Maybe they're afraid of us. The one who said that was Regulux, as he pointed to the person in front of him. Lambert had his sword drawn. His aura was sinister. Your Highness, I ask you not to joke about that. I am protecting him, if by any chance something happens to him, I will not forgive myself. Everyone could see that Lambert's murderous aura was growing with every step he took. Elize was close to the prince to cover him. She was dressed like everyone else. Classic adventurer's clothes with leather shoes and a sword. Her hair was tied in a ponytail. Regulux said to her, "Elize, would you mind giving me some space?" "But your Highness She reluctantly heeded him and walked a few steps behind him. They continued on like this smoothly. I had reached a place that was the base of the spiders. I was laughing out loud. You're kidding, right? Their base was a huge spider headquarters. And not just any kind. They are of the queen spider type. They are all 7 meters long and 7 meters wide. They are very large. More than I could imagine. The spiders were black, with body hair on their legs and their big butts. Their red eyes watched me like a snack. I found Lily, she was being wrapped in a web and also asleep. Damn spider! With those words, a magic circle glowed beneath my feet. Electricity was slowly coursing through my body. It really hurt. I could feel it as it touched my body, but she's more important. I ran at high speed between them, but their legs were so agile and nimble, they prevented me from getting close. One of them gave me a blow. That blow was so strong that it scratched my skin and blood was coming out in piles. I ran without rest between the legs of the spiders. I couldn't stop. One of them pierced my leg. The pain was unbearable, but I had to hold on. Finally, I reached Lily. I hit the spider hard and proceeded to open the web to pull Lily out. I could feel her breathing, she was still alive. I took her in my arms and even with the pain in my legs, I ran to the exit, but she was being covered. This is bad. At this rate, I'll only be left with the option of abandoning her and running away. But that won't happen. I was trying to escape through the openings in the base, but they wouldn't let me, the place was well protected. I was running to avoid being caught, but it was useless. One of the spiders threw its web at my legs. Lily fell down. This is bad. At this rate, we're both going to die. If only Amy were here, no, if only I were stronger. I wouldn't run away so pathetically again. Fire magic, rising pillar of flame. A mysterious voice came from far away. At that moment, a large pillar of fire was burning the ceiling. The chandeliers were burned instantly. I looked at the figure, it was a man covered by a cloak. He had a beautiful sword which had flames on it. The man took a step, and somehow reached us. I didn't expect there to be kids here, I was assigned to take down a nest of queen spiders, but I didn't imagine there would be student. Someone's going to get a big lecture for this. The mysterious figure took off his cloak, covering me and Lily with it. Cover up well, it's going to be very hot and I don't want anything to happen to them. For a brief moment, I saw that the man had flame-like hair. After covering myself completely, I heard the following. Fire magic, fiery spiral of the sun god. Then, through the mantle I could feel an enormous force that warmed everything around us. The heat was so much, I wanted to cry. Only seconds passed. The cloak was removed and immediately introduced a gelatinous thing into my and Lily's mouth. You're lucky I brought pressure pills with me. From our mouths, a kind of slime came out and covered us in its entirety. After wondering what happened, I understood after seeing it with my own eyes. The whole place had been burned. The spiders were evaporated. Only their silhouettes remained. Everything was burned to ashes. Well guys, get back safely, I'll continue my spider hunt. Bye. The strange man left. A few moments later, Lily woke up. Hey, Razel-kun, where are we? Lily was still asleep, but after a brief moment, she understood. Hey, what is this place? And why are you hurt? I laughed lightly. Lily said. This is no time to laugh. And proceeded to heal me. A faint white light that looked like a membrane covered me. The pain and wounds went away as the blood disappeared. This was the power of the protagonist. I stood up and held out my hand for her to do so as well. Are you okay? Yes. She looked around and asked. Did you do this? How do you think? Yes, it was me. Obviously it's a lie to make fun of her, it's impossible for her to think I really did that. Yes, you're fine, let's go together with the others. Yes. Lily could see Razel as she walked behind him. The thought she had was as follows. He did all that for me. What a disappointment. Belange and the others were disappointed, they found nothing and went around the creditors several times. Elize was pleased to not find anything dangerous. Goes. But that luck ended at that instant. From the ground, a huge, petrified tree came out. Its branches were so thick and large they looked like punching bags. Belange screamed. That's what I wanted. As she pulled out her jet spear to go in front of the monster. So it's a monster tree, an Igmalenia. Oscar uttered those words as a magic circle of green manifested in the air. I'll be the one to finish it. Jake said as he pulled out some sort of mini bombs. He was throwing them like crazy at the tree. Various explosions were occurring. At that moment, he was hit. Lambert was hitting Jake in the head. What the hell are you doing? That's what I want to know. A gust of wind hit the tree while Belange was hitting the branches with his gun. Both were useless. The tree was regenerating from the blows of the weapon while the wind blows had no effect on it. Both were starting to get annoyed. Rosenberg. Lambert called out to Elize. I'm momentarily entrusting you to His Highness. I understand. Lambert looked sideways at Elize who was drawing her sword. He was walking very quietly. The others said to him. Hey, do you think you can defeat him alone? Don't make me laugh. I won't believe what you say until I see it. I'll show you. Lambert got into an attack position. The tree raised its large branches and brought them down to crush Lambert. Anyone would think that would happen, but not him. Ready. It was less than a second. Lambert got into position and then. Ghosts! Shouted the monster tree as it was slashed an infinite number of times at great speed. Slash at the speed of sound. Still a very weak attack. Everyone watched in amazement as in a split second, the monster fell into pieces. At that moment, Lambert turned around. Your Highness, watch out! He shouted due to an ape-like monster approaching from behind to attack them. Elize realized it late, the moment she noticed Lambert coming running, the monster bit the prince's right arm. Your Highness! Elize shouted as she stabbed the ape. The latter instantly turned to ashes. Regulus writhed in pain at its expression. Elize tried to help him, but he. Don't come near me. She yelled at him for some reason. Why can't you do anything right? Lambert arrived to check the wound. It's not deep, but the bleeding won't stop. His look of hatred was directed at Elize. The other students who did nothing also looked annoyed. The other three approached and sighed at the sight of her. You can't do a single thing right, is that too much for you? Elize wanted to cry, all she could say was. I'm sorry, so sorry. I'm really sorry, so sorry. As she apologized in pain, Razel's group arrived. Lily saw the injured prince and ran to heal him. Upon returning to the academy, it was reported that Elize had hurt the prince, witnesses included. Chapter 8 Wild Beast. January was almost over. I was now taking a mathematical formulas class from Professor Lloyd. It's no different from the mathematics of my previous life, it's the same, only we use them to enlarge the magic circles. Which is irrelevant to me who uses only his birth attribute. Professor Lloyd is a simple-looking man like me, tousled grey hair, closed eyes, and wears glasses. Good. Now I want you to try to. His words were cut off by the bell ending today's classes. That's too bad. Well guys, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday and don't worry. I won't leave you any homework for now. We were all glad we didn't get homework. My friends came up to me. Hey Razel, do you have anything to do today? Said Derek while picking his boogers. No. Nothing to do. I was planning on going to a game center and wasting time. And are you guys doing anything? Cliff answered me as he looked like he wanted to show off. I promised Derek a long time ago that I would take him to my household to play with my new console, it's the Supersonic Station Plus. Damn you Cliff. I want to have one too. I thought maybe this guy was going to invite me, so I'll turn him down so as not to hurt my pride anymore. Oh, that's nice. It would be nice if you would invite me too, but I have things to do tomorrow. They both looked at me with a surprised face. One person was approaching to leave, it was CID. Cliff called out to him before he left. Hey, CID. Do you have anything to do this weekend? CID, with his usual bored look on his face said. Nothing. Why? The boys were no longer afraid to talk to CID, so Cliff answered him as if he were a friend of his own status. If you don't have anything to do you want to come play with us at my household? CID took only a few seconds to respond. Sure, why not? Sometimes it amazes me how this guy is open to people despite how he acts. He looked at me and seemed to want to know if I would go too. I replied no obviously. I was very jealous of Cliff and I don't want my eyes to bleed. Then these bastard friends left without me. I stood there for a while waiting for them all to leave to say. Damn you Cliff, I'll drink your blood. Now that I got even, I proceeded to walk out of the room. When I set foot outside, I ran into her. Elize saw me. Our gazes met, but it was only for a few brief seconds and then she continued on her way. Once again, she was alone and unaccompanied by her entourage. I scratched my head and made a half-turn so as not to leave in the same direction as her, at which point I ran into someone else. Ah! Razelkun. It was Lily now with whom I was meeting. Today was another day of love events between her and any of the capture targets. She must be heading out to meet up with one of those beaux. Going somewhere? I would ask her curiously. She would answer me. Yes. I'm going to stay the weekend at the convent. I want to tell you how I've been doing lately since I haven't written to you. Oh, how nice she is. She cares about her family. But aren't you supposed to be living with those or the one who will become your future partner? Today I saw Her Highness Regulux waiting at the place where an event was taking place, but you weren't there. How strange is this? Will you do nothing else? No. Should I have something else to do? I can't say anything that would make me look suspicious, so I said. No, I was just curious. In that case, see you Monday. I turned around and walked out of there. A large party hall was the current location of a certain girl. She was a young up-and-comer in the literary world. They were celebrating that her new book was selling like hotcakes. Attention everyone please. It is the immense pleasure of everyone at this editorial to thank Miss Noelle Feeble for a splendid sales week. A beautiful, but plainly dressed girl was the one whom different groups of people greeted and shook hands with. Her hair was long and brown like her eyes, she wore glasses, too. That girl was actually Amy in disguise. She used magic to change her appearance. She didn't want to come to the capital because she had bad memories. To this day, she didn't remember how she got to the cage, but she does remember that she has a deep hatred and disgust for this place. Just like in the game, the witch Amy despised the imperial capital. But at this time, she was only disgusted by people interested in what she produces. Because of her mental state and that she has no one to converse with besides Razel. Amy was beginning to write her thoughts on them. Razel said to her. You should publish a book, maybe you'll make some money. And that's how Amy started as a young novelist. Her books were of varied genres and various one-person subjects. She was called to the capital to give her an award for it. She went only because Razel told her it was a way to recognize what she wrote. Amy was happy to get money to buy things for her household. But she didn't care about the Rookie of the Year award, being the bestseller and a young up-and-comer in literature. She was drinking a glass of wine while being surrounded by girls who want to be talented like her. At that moment, she heard something she shouldn't have. Her eyes widened like saucers and she focused on the conversation. How interesting. After leaving the academy I went to the game center. I was having fun while crying because of my poverty. After spending all my money on games similar to my previous life, I went to the park. I was annoyed to see happy people enjoying their quiet days. If they knew that this world was in danger and that only I knew how to prevent it, they would be just as upset as I was. It was partly a lie, but it was true what he was saying. As I was looking at the sky, I didn't notice that a woman had sat down next to me. I was about to scream in fright when she said, "Razel-sama, it's me." Amy was in disguise. I didn't know why, nor did I really care that she looked like a librarian. "It's weird for you to contact me. Is something wrong?" she was saying to me. "I found some information on them." HOH. By them she meant one of the biggest annoyances I had during the study stage of the game. A criminal organization known as the Black Crows. Crooks who just annoyed the life out of me by always wanting to kidnap the protagonist and sell her into slavery. They are very annoying. I asked Amy that if she found out or heard anything about them to let me know. To be the moment. "What did you find out?" "Before that, we have to go to a certain place, please take this." Amy handed me a bag. It had something jelly-like inside. She told me she would explain on the way. Slave stores. Places located in a specific district. They were areas of wealthy merchants. People usually despised them for bogus reasons. But they actually liked to buy them. The empire supported and backed the sale and acquisition of slaves. Many educated them to pass them off as normal servants. In one of the taller, pure white buildings, a structure similar to a modern castle, 2 people were entering. In the center was a student of the academy and next to him was a servant girl. A waiter-like man greeted them in the politest manner possible. "Good evening, may I ask what family you come from?" The handsome young man with blonde hair said. "I am the second son of the Siegburn household, Dennis I am. We have been expecting you, Dennis-sama." These people are not who they say they are. They are actually Razel and Amy in disguise. To go to a slave store, you must make a reservation as if it were a first-class restaurant. At the party, Amy overheard a man talking about how his son was going to buy a slave today. He already had everything ready, including the key to get in. Amy had surprised his son and the maid he was coming with to steal that card and knock them unconscious. Razel had been casually observing that student. The reason was because he didn't like him. He didn't represent a danger to the world, but Razel hated attractive men to death. That's why he knew how he talked, walked, and behaved. The waiter-like man made them wait in a personal room. After a while, he returned with a catalogue. It had pictures and descriptions of different items. They were all semi-human. There wasn't a single human being in there. The reason was because it was wrong to cage humans, but not semi-humans. Razel in disguise went through the catalogue page by page. He found nothing and said to the man, "I don't want anything in here. I want to see the real catalogue. Dear customer. That catalogue is for Lawless City customers only. I'm sorry, but I'll pay anything." Razel pulled out a white gold-colored credit card. The same thing a platinum card in his previous life meant. The man touched it to verify that it was real and after checking it said, "It's all in order, please come with me." The two stood up and went after the man. At the end of the longest corridor was a door. When they opened it, everything was dark. The man pressed a switch and lights came on. It was a long, spiral-shaped staircase. They went down slowly until they reached the sub-floor. The place was a cave. There were bars at every corner. As you can see, here we have the items that can't be tamed or educated, that's why we sell them at high prices for the Lawless City. Razel and Amy looked around until Amy stopped. She saw something similar to her. Her goal was to come and get information on what the son of the Siegburn household, which seems to have made deals with the Black Crows, was going to buy. But Amy did not fail to see a figure in the darkness. She was chained so that she could not move at all. The cell was dark, but Amy stared at the figure. Razel was asking the man, "Who is it?" "It's an acquisition that was just recently delivered to us by a group of our best salesmen. They asked us to educate her, but she is very reluctant to behave." "Educate her? Is she a female?" "Yes. Take a look for yourself." The man pressed a button and the lights came on. There, a young beast girl could be seen. Her hair was long and black as night. Her eyes were golden and sharp like those of a predator. From her ears on top of her head, her hands and mouth sealed with magic and the shape of her tail, she seemed to belong to the wolf clan. The beast clans were not at all relevant and important in the game, they were just there to add depth to the story. She seems to be Raisel's age or a bit older, but the really important thing here was not her scratched clothes made of rags, but those big, long breasts resting on her chest. It's like looking at those dachshunds. Her breasts were like that. If Amy had them big and round, this girl had them big and long. She seems to be somehow related to the Black Crows and enters into my personal tastes. I'll buy it. Raisel thought. I want it. How much is it? It's about 100,000 Crystalia cash. How expensive With all that money I can buy a small household for my family. Raisel turned to look at Amy. Although his face didn't show it, he was crying like a child inside. Amy replied. No problem. The young master can buy anything. Perfect. Let me numb her so you can take her away. The man pressed a button on the wall and a large electric shock coursed through the girl's body until she passed out. Amy saw that and could only bite her tongue as the unconscious girl convulsed on the floor. After they paid for their purchase, a company staff vehicle drove them to the location they said. They went up some stairs in an abandoned building that would soon be demolished. Amy removed all of the girl's chains and even removed the slave mark that was engraved with a blood spell on her neck. Once the beast girl awoke, she visualized two figures in the distance. Amy was standing to the side of Raisel who was sitting cross-legged. The girl shouted. Humans! Enemies! And she ran at full speed to bite them to death. Her luck only lasted that long. Raisel used his leg to kick the girl's jaw. After spitting out some blood, he grabbed the girl's head and slammed it into the floor repeatedly. A large bloodstain painted the floor at her feet. After a brief moment of waiting for the girl to react, this one woke up, stared at Raisel and then, Master! She jumped at him like any other dog. This girl's clan was known as battle dire wolves. Among the wolf beast breeds, this type was a unique rarity. They lived and died for the battlefield. They fought from puppies, that is, small children, until their teeth came out and grew back. This girl, whose name is Leela, was beaten by Raisel for that very reason. To demonstrate through combat her feelings. Leela felt that Raisel was not a bad person through physical pain. She was not a masochist, but her race certainly enjoys taking blows. Besides, Raisel was very strong, Leela took heavy blows that were gentle even, that was how she upon regaining her consciousness. She vowed to serve this person. Serving someone strong and fighting on the battlefield were what this clan desired. Partly because they were based on the submissive and hunting dogs in Raisel's previous life. Leela told them how she got there. I lived peacefully with my family and friends in a forest in the south. As we were evicted from our land years ago, we moved to that region. We were living well until a few days ago some humans came and started shooting at us with strange things that released fire from a small mouth. Me and the others fought them off. Leela began to shed tears. My older brother acted as a shield to protect me. Many were killed instantly. The rest like me were defeated and then we were thrown into a large iron box. After arriving at that place, several of my friends and acquaintances were sold until only I was left. Amy wanted to cry, but Raisel was bothered by something else. Why does he speak the language of the Empire so well? I don't understand. Is it a universal language? Amy saw Raisel's face and thought he was displeased to hear that. Leela-chan, I have a question for you, did you hear any of those men mention the words Raven and Black? Leela answered instantly. That's right. A guy by the name of Tulip said that hunting us was a request from a top executive of a Black Raven. Raisel clicked his tongue to indicate he was correct. Leela. Do you still remember that guy's scent? She nodded. Yes. I won't forget the smell of the one who killed my family without a fight. Leela wasn't upset that they killed her family. She was upset that they did it in such a cowardly way and that it didn't enter into her fighting beliefs. To her, that was unforgivable. Raisel stood up. Leela. Let's die tonight, the red of vengeance. Leela smiled, showing her sharp teeth. A subway guardhouse was the place where a group of men were drinking and eating with animals. There, a man tattooed on his arms and a purple Mohican was shouting. We successfully made another slave sale. The top executives will give us all a promotion for excellent work. Gyahaha! Everyone was shouting for joy. A few hours ago they had brought a group of cat-eared girls from a forest. They sold them to the lawless city for a good price. And now they were using their personal savings to buy food and liquor. The man with the Mohican was Tulip. He wore like everyone else, a mask that covered his mouth as if it were the beak of a black crow. He stood up from the armchair he was in to go to the bathroom. No more than 10 minutes passed and Tulip returned to where everyone was. When he opened the door, he found that his feet were soaked in a river of blood. Hey? What the hell is this? I couldn't believe my eyes. My companions who until recently drank and ate like animals were strewn all over the place. Remains of his body, brains, intestines, and even his dangling things were all over the place. In the middle of that river of blood, there were 3 figures. One of them was a blonde woman. Razel-sama, information from these guys is very useless. At her side was a short dude dressed in black. I noticed. Everything is so ambiguous that I can't decipher whether they are talking to a merchant or a noble. It will be very difficult to decipher who is the bastard who asked them to hunt the Hui. The dwarf became aware of my presence. Why, Leela, you missed one it seems. The short dude looked to a different location. There stood a beast woman, she was dismembering my companions. Lifting her head, she saw me as her mouth was covered in blood and gore. Go! Said the short dude as I turned around to run away. Don't fuck with me! Don't fuck with me! Don't fuck with me! I don't want to die. There are still many things I want to do. I came out of the slums to make my own name and make myself known to the world. For these nobles we live like vermin. What's wrong with wanting to live at the expense of the suffering of others when we suffer that ourselves? I climbed the stairs and hid on the second to last floor, in a secret closet. I covered my mouth so that my breathing would not be heard. I am afraid. Mom, I'm sorry. If you give me another chance, I promise to change. A long time passed. How long has it been? I don't know, but it seems they've already left. The beast girl's footsteps were no longer heard. I calmed down, it seems like it's all over now. The hiding is over. I heard a voice coming from somewhere. A hand reached across the floor and grabbed my leg. I was pulled straight to the ground and was falling several meters away while looking at the beast girl. It was less than 5 seconds that the fall lasted. It hurt. It hurts a lot. Mom, help me. Leela, you took too long looking for this guy. I'm sorry, but I wanted to make him feel the despair he put me through when I saw my parents die. The short dude and the beast girl conversed normally while I bleed out. Once you're done with this, what will you do? The beast girl looked at the ground for a while and then raised her head. I would like to stand by your side, master. Even in avenging my family and clan. I still have your blood running through my veins, as you defeated me with no problem. I mean you are a worthy person to serve. Please let me stand by his side as his fangs and claws. The dwarf turned around, appreciating making an expression of victory. Leela. As you may know, there are more victims like you out there in the world. It would be a pleasure to have you by my side to purge the world of such scum. Also, I would like you to swear to be part of my harem as well. I'm a man who likes to be surrounded by women, whether they are loyal or desire me. What do you say? I don't understand anything you said. But, the master wants to have me on his side so he can kill more of these guys. Basically yes. Yes. I gladly accept. The short dude smiled and the blonde woman went to grab the beast girl's shoulders. My consciousness is starting to fade. Congratulations Leela-chan, there is no greater happiness than being together with Razel-sama. Now that's all said and done. The woman was looking at me with a disgusted face, the dwarf, but the beast girl stared at me. She showed a wicked smile as blood dripped from her. Her fangs were visible and then. Time to eat. Everything went dark for me and my eyes closed forever. Chapter 9 Licht, 1. January is almost over. The day was beautiful, a student was in his room drinking tea. It's a great day as always. The student was Squall, he was relaxing until the door was opened. Holy Squall-kun! How are you feeling? A blue-haired, close-eyed boy walked in as if he was your typical childhood friend walking into your house as if it was his own. His name was Flint Algren. What's wrong Flint, for you to come so early? Squall was acting normal, something like this was normal for him. Flint walked to a nearby seat. After sitting down, he grabbed a cookie and popped it into his mouth. Squall poured him some tea to go with it. After drinking the tea, he spoke. Thank you, I came to inform you that there was a problem. Problem? That's right, yesterday I was informed that another base of the lower-ranking executives was attacked. There are no survivors. Squall touched his chin out of curiosity as to who was responsible. Attacking lower-ranking executives' base or subordinates is a no-brainer, there is something else, isn't there? Flint was very serious when he said the following. Yes. Today I was informed that 3 mansions of high-ranking executives were attacked. Squall stood up in surprise. I beg your pardon. I was informed that the houses of Morris, Alfred, and Kevin were destroyed. Squall broke into a cold sweat. I don't know who's responsible, but somehow he's been attacking the bases and hideouts of many of the members, including the houses of bishops and important nobles. Squall looked out the window of his room. The chief himself has requested that the knights be put on alert and search for any suspects. We can't let that son of a bitch or those sons of bitches get away with this. Hey? Squall Kun, do you hear me? Hey! Flint stood up to observe what his friend was looking at. Don't you think it's funny, Flint? The day of the exam I switched my answer sheet with her. Oh. You're talking about that commoner, aren't you? Yes. I had to get a score of 100 or else my father would take away my financial livelihood. Fortunately, no one noticed that I changed the names. The entrance exams for all the students are the same type. I just had to put erase that she was going to be a new student for the second year I was going. Hee, it's funny. I understand, but what does that have to do with looking at her? Squall laughed. My dad told me he needs more merchandise to sell in the lawless city. I was wondering if there were any girls from poor or indebted families to look for, and there are several, but I'm mainly interested in this one. Squall and Flint looked at Lily, who was happily walking along with her clothes in a basket to take to the laundry. It's rare for a commoner to go to a place for nobles. I'm sure it will fetch a good price. Oh, I get it. So, when are we going to do it? Tonight, I'll contact my father to lend us a place to take her, have fun beforehand, and then give her to him to sell. I understand. I'll think of a method so no one will see us. Flint was leaving the room as Squall licked his lips in a very morbid manner. It was a day Saturday like any other. All normal and boring. Yesterday and today in the early morning I went with Leela to hunt for members of the Black Crows. I am very exhausted. I told Leela to rest until further notice. As for Amy, she seems to be writing a new book. You can tell she is excited as there are several rivals to defeat. I also left her alone. My friends wanted to go somewhere today, but I told them no. Cid went with them. So I'm alone. It was supposed to be like this, but the guest in my room won't allow me a free moment. Are you really not doing anything today, Razel Kun? Lily came to my room. She had a magic board game. I call it magic since the pieces float and move on their own. Being on my bed, she would move the piece after rolling the dice. She was excited about this simple juice. Wouldn't you enjoy hanging out with the gallants more? Today is supposed to be a date with Lambert. I asked her, curious because she didn't do anything about the romantic events. Are you sure you don't have anything to do today? She looked a little thoughtful, then said. No, I don't have anything. I see. It's certainly none of my business what you do with your life. But, if you want to help the Demon King you must have a partner. That's what the game says, but romantic events don't matter to me. Come to think of it, the romantic events in this game were so simplistic that they were very easy to finish. The only problem was Lambert, who was very hard to conquer. I once read on a forum that the developers of this game put more effort into the romantic events than the other game they were helping. I can't imagine a romance-themed RPG game. No, seriously, how bad must that game really be? Hey, Razel Kun, will you be free tonight? Lily was asking me somewhat curiously. Yeah, why do you ask? She looked nervous for some reason. Why, you see, there's a festival starting tonight in town. I don't have anyone to go with, so I'd like to know if you'd like to join me. Hey. Why, you know, as friends. Wait, why do I have a feeling something like that sounds familiar? I'm not talking about the festival which, yes I knew, I'm talking about the line he said. It sounds very familiar. Well, I have nothing to do, of course, I'll go with you if you like. Lily brightened up at what I said. I'll be waiting at the academy gate at 7 p.m. sharp. Even if it's a weekend, the academy sets a curfew. She said goodbye and I put myself to sleep. The evening came, and Lily changed into a beautiful short skirt dress. The students were long gone to various places. No one was guarding the gate where she waited. The guards said they would go to the bathroom, so Lily was left waiting for Razel. It was almost 7 p.m. I'm really early, so it's okay if he's a little late. Hello. Lily heard a voice, as she turned to see who she was waiting for with a smile. Hey? Sorry, who are you? She wondered as an unfamiliar boy stood in front of her. I was wondering how to make things easy, but you made it so easy, hee. Suddenly, some boys appeared from behind her. Lily was startled. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Relax, it'll be over soon. The boy, Flint, pulled out a spray bottle and sprayed it in her face. Moments later, Lily's consciousness faded. This was too easy. Just then, the guards arrived. Oh, guys, good job, remember you didn't see anything. Flint tossed a white gold coin to each of them. The guards smiled as if it was the easiest job in the world. Now, boys, let's take it to the right place. Flint and his henchmen rode up with Lily in a limousine. The guards watched the luxury car drive away. I was changed into semi-formal attire and arrived at the door. It was 10 minutes past the appointed time. I can't believe a girl would keep a guy waiting. The cliché of being late doesn't seem to be working this time. I smiled about how I had inadvertently eliminated another cliché. But it was weird. Lily wasn't around. I'm freaking out, it's after 8 p.m., and no sign of Lily. I went to her room, but no one was there. I went looking for her in every corner of the academy, but I couldn't find her. The teachers who were here said they haven't seen her. This is bad, I'm getting scared. Hey, kid, what's wrong with you? One of the guards was approaching me. I'll ask him, in any case. Excuse me, have you by any chance seen a beautiful blonde girl passing by? There are a lot of beautiful blonde women in this academy passing by this door, boy. That's right, my bad. Sorry, let me be more precise. Have you seen a young girl waiting around the gate or outside the gate? The guard looked confused. I was as clear as I could be, wasn't I? Hey, I bring news. Another guard was arriving. I inadvertently listened to their conversation while biting my nails. What's up? I was talking to Squall-sama, he says he arrived a while ago. How he thanks us for the job. Oh, that's nice, I hope he keeps asking us for help, hee. Hey? Wait a minute. What did he say? Excuse me, did you say just in case Squall-sama? The guard who was asking me what I was doing here calmly replied. Yes, boy. I'm such a fucking moron. Why didn't I realize this before? Unbelievable, I can't believe this is true. Apparently, the event where Squall was kidnapping Lily was happening, but this event was only happening in the middle of the year. Why jump ahead? It doesn't make sense, but more important than that. Hey! Ha! The guards were lighting cigarettes. In less than a second, I punched one very hard in the stomach. If the cigar fell to the ground, then I went straight for the other one who was about to draw his sword. There was no one around or outside, I must extract the information fast. My fingers were embedded in his thick neck. They were slowly piercing the skin and flesh to get to the inside. Answer me, you fucker. My tone was hostile as I was annoyed. There was a blonde girl here, wasn't there? The guard couldn't speak, so I stopped squeezing his neck a little. Ha, ha. You won't get away with this, stupid. I see. No use asking you then. My fingers pierced his skin and grabbed his bone. In a split second, a loud sound of something breaking was heard. My fingers were covered in blood and the body of this idiot was on the floor. I turned to look at the remaining guard. So, you want to be a foolish guy too? Unlike this fool, this guy spoke. I don't want to die, I'll tell you everything. You're in a big black building, the son of the Iscariot household was going there, it's located in the center. I see. It seems that the problem this time is not something that can be solved so easily. I must go change into my other self, Licht, and go rescue Lily. Thank you, you can rest in peace. Hey? Purr. I told you everything I knew. For that reason I thank you, it will end long and painlessly. That's not fair. Not fair? Don't make me laugh, it's not fair what you guys did to a poor helpless girl, you should feel grateful that your sins will be washed away by my hand. That doesn't have. I was done in a split second with the guard's life, there was no one watching. Let's go rescue Lily. In the center of the imperial capital, there was a long, large black building with covered windows so that the outside could not see or hear what was going on inside. The security was private and internal. There were strong knights and adventurers guarding it. The place was a first-class hotel. In the most expensive suite, there were 3 people. One of them was Lily, who was unconscious. Another was Flint, who was at an arcade playing games. Squall was sitting in a long black armchair with his feet resting on a glass table. In his hand, he held a bottle of whiskey and a glass. From the age of 15 onwards young people could drink, they were legally adults. "Hey, Squall kun, how long are we going to wait?" Flint asked in a disinterested manner. "Soon, my dad hasn't called yet, he must be doing something important." "But, I already want to try it." "You'll have to wait until I manage to find out if the client wants a virgin girl or not. By the way, is she a virgin?" Squall was curious, so he lifted Lily's skirt to see her panties. "They're white with decorated bears." "Oh, that's very good, we have a very pure girl. Hopefully the client doesn't want her a virgin." "Let's hope so." The conversation between these two was very sinister. They spoke as if Lily was a piece of meat and not a person. For nobles, this treatment was normal. "Oh, I'm out of my soda, I'll go get another one. Bring me one of my equals." "Understood." Flint came down the elevator whistling. He reached the lobby to get some drinks from the vending machine. Inserting a few coins, several came out. For some reason, the lights were almost off. He thought he was lounging around. No guests, so it didn't really matter if they did. After placing the refreshments in a bag, he approached the receptionist. "Hey, Lawrence-san, shouldn't the others be wasting their time? Any minute now the boss might come and they'll have a hard time, he. Here, to take the edge off your sleep." Flint handed him an energy drink. When his hand touched the counter, a strange slimy feeling stuck to him. "Hey? What is this stuff?" Flint turned on the light of the desk lamp. He was terrified by what he saw. A large amount of blood covered the desk. To scare him further, Lawrence's head was stuck on a broom near his chair. "What the fuck is this?" Flint was frightened, the dull lights came on and then he looked around. It was a scene from a horror movie. A large bloodbath covered the floor. Bodies of knights, employees and adventurers were piled up in one place. Flint wanted to cry. Soda cans rolled, then, one was stopped by a foot. "I can't get into the top without a key, you wouldn't happen to have one, would you?" Flint turned around as he shivered. Behind him stood a mysterious man dressed in black with a strange mask. The instant he saw him. "Earth magic, mud wall." Flint activated his magic power and created a mud barrier that hardened after a few seconds. Flint shouted. "Well, that." His words were cut off by watching as the wall was cut through and destroyed in seconds. "Give me the key if you have it, don't make this worse for yourself." "Oh wow!" Flint shouted as he quickly fled to the elevator. The figure didn't stop him, just looked at him. After entering, he closed the door and pushed the button until he reached the top where Squall stood. Ha, what the fuck? His breathing was heavy. After reaching the top, he ran up to what appeared to be a steel door, put in the security code, and a magic circle appeared to open it. After doing so, he ran up to the room where Squall was. Sqa. He only took 2 steps, and before he took the third, a small electrified knife pierced his neck. Squall was shocked, but then calmed down and set his drink down on the table. As Flint bled out, he listened to what they were saying. "Who are you?" "Licht. I'm your worst nightmare." Flint's consciousness slowly faded. "How did you get in here?" "You're protected, and the guards. They're all dead. One by one I hunted them down for almost 20 minutes. What do you wish?" The man's hand pointed to Lily. "Her." Squall looked quickly at Lily and then said. "If I do, will you set me free?" The mysterious man smiled. "Of course not." Squall smiled as well. "I see. I guess only one of us will get out of here alive." At that moment, Flint's consciousness faded. Chapter 10 Licht, 2. Licht and Squall were faces to face. After learning of Lily's situation, Razel switched to his alter ego, Licht. The hotel door could only be opened from the inside. A pizza delivery man passing nearby had his clothes stolen and entered under a false order. At the moment he was being searched, Licht quickly killed the guards. He then went after the receptionist and destroyed any device that would allow him to connect to the outside. That's how he started his killing spree until he got to know Flint. And now, that's where we find ourselves. I was standing in front of someone who is very annoying. Apparently, this guy was the third student to get 100 points instead of Lily, you damn thief, she couldn't get into the prince's class because of you. Worst of all, this guy's family according to the game belongs to the top executives of the Black Crows. It will be annoying to deal with them after we leave. I don't even know if anyone will come, that's why I must finish this quickly. In a split second, I lunged to poke him in the eye with a small dagger. These things were items bought at gun stores. Since Lily took care to put different spells on it, no one will be able to track them. It's over, I said in a discouraged tone as the knife went to her eye. But, something unexpected happened. Hey! For some reason, I could now see the ceiling. It was covered with debris from a table. What was it that happened? I didn't understand what happened, I must have slipped. After getting up, I did the same thing again, but this time it was no different. Now I was looking at the windows. Damn! Again I stood up and attacked him very hard. This time I understood what was going on. The son of a bitch activated a magic circle, then recited a spell. Gravity magic, opposing forces. I was hit by a strange invisible force. Looks like you understood everything, at last. But it doesn't matter. The bastard was approaching me. His big foot was lifted and then he tried to step on me. I dodged it, but the next one wasn't in time. His big foot impacted my head, then I was lifted up and thrown against a wall. For some reason, the wall broke. I'll tell you since you won't make it out alive. The guy took off his shirt for some reason. My magic attribute is weak, and for that reason, I learned a spell that works for me. Thanks to various medical supplements, I can achieve something like that. Level 4 magic. Supplements? That means, dopamine by any chance. And thanks to that, I developed this ability and this strength. Hey. His muscles started to grow. His skin color changed to red. His eyes opened, it was scary, and his pupils are small, but the blood injected into them was the scary thing. Okay. Let's start the revenge. The bastard as he ran towards my position ripped out parts of the carpet. I stood up and threw a kick at him. He caught it, but nothing happened. Now my left fist was brought against his face. The impact was strong, and his neck bent, but nothing happened. I stepped back. His neck returned to normal and with a little blood running down his nose he said. That was it. Okay, my turn. He activated the spell again and this time I was pulled towards him. Gravity magic, opposing fields. I was approaching him. It seems to be similar to what I remember about the solar system. The planets go around the sun spinning as the center is its axis. Holy crap! Ha ha ha, gotcha! The bastard got me. But, I stuck a blade in his left eye. The pain should be excruciating, but the bastard felt no pain. In fact, the blood running down to his mouth was licked up like candy. Then he quickly slammed me into a wall. The wall cracked. I was now thrown against the sky. I hit very hard against a lamp. As I fell, the bastard stepped on me. The force with which I fell together with the blow, made the pain worse than I thought it would be. I was spitting a lot of blood out of my mouth. Damn, I was confident. I didn't bring Leela and Amy who are much stronger than me to support me. At this rate, I'm going to die. After being lifted up, he smashed me repeatedly and in different ways against the windows. Here. You're piece of shit. Answer me. You thought it would be easy to infiltrate and kill me. Hey? Don't fuck with me. After I break your arms and legs, I'll rape that bitch before I kill both of you. My consciousness was slowly fading away. I was naive. Naivety is paid for with pain. For not bringing in reinforcements, I'm going through this. Damn it, all I wanted was to prevent the end of the world from coming. I just wanted to live happily unlike my previous life. Is my choice to help save the world from the shadows wrong? Is my duty in this world just to be a spectator of its end? Everything was getting worse. Lily was waking up. She was thrown together with the couch to the side, so she was not so badly hurt. When she realized she was in an unfamiliar place, she heard strange noises. She was tied on her arms and legs, crawling like a caterpillar. As she approached the center, she visualized a horrible scene. It was Licht being grabbed by his face. Squall's hand was so large that Licht's entire face was there. He squeezed it tightly, and cracks could be seen in the mask. Come on, show me your face, whoever you are. The mask was cracking tighter and tighter. After a brief moment, it cracked in its entirety. Lily could see Razel's beaten face. Hey? Who the hell are you? Well, it doesn't really matter. I'll kill you anyway. Lily watched in horror as Razel showed a pained expression as he couldn't break free. She wanted to scream and cry for him to stop. But her voice wouldn't come out. Only tears streamed down her rosy cheeks. But suddenly, Squall stopped. Come to think of it. To say something disturbing. I've always wanted to try human flesh, I wonder how it'll turn out. Lily's eyes widened at the horror they heard. Squall opened his mouth as wide as a dog. Saliva dripped from his teeth. It was just like eating a cookie. Squall bit Razel's left forearm. Razel screamed in indescribable pain as his eyes widened in totality from the horrifying sensation he was going through. Lily watched as Squall ripped the flesh from his forearm as if it were a steak. A large amount of blood quickly covered the left arm and Razel groaned in pain. Squall chewed the meat as if it were normal food. But after judging its taste, he spat it on the floor. It tastes horrible, maybe cooked or roasted it will taste better. Lily couldn't take it anymore and broke the ropes that bound her tightly. Her wrists and calves were red. She ran at full speed as she grabbed a broken glass. She jammed it hard into Squall's back. He took notice of it. Hey? Oh, you. He threw Razel into a hole. Turning to look at Lily. What an annoying bitch. He gave her a hard boxer's punch on her left cheek. Lily rolled on the ground as she spat blood. Puh. Her cheek was red from how swollen it got. Blood covered her teeth. She was weak. Lifting her face in fear, she watched Squall approaching. Geez, I guess I'll beat you up a bit before I rape you. Lily lost the strength in her legs, but with the strength in her voice, she said. Razel kun, sorry. Lily closed her eyes for the worst. Don't ask for forgiveness when you've done nothing wrong. Her eyes immediately widened at the sight of Razel covered in blood and with a face that would be very scary. His smile was scary, he seemed to have lost his sanity. Squall said to him in a mocking tone. Oh, you're still alive? I guess I'll have to hurt you more. He was moving towards Razel, but... I realized something. He didn't care what this one said as he moved in for the kill. One of the greatest clichés has always been to wait for help in a moment of danger. That moment is still present, but no one came. Usually, the script helps the characters to get out of that situation. I always disliked that method, you know. Squall was in front of Razel, stretched out his hand, and as he brought it down to hit him. That's the reason I thought of this. It was gone. Before Squall's eyes, Razel had vanished like dust. I understand that the situation is dangerous. And that the author wants to make the characters stand out. Razel was close to Lily when Squall reacted too late. He lifted her up, and Squall was getting close to hitting him. For that reason, I brought this up during your beating. Once again, Razel had vanished. Squall looked nervous as if he were a ghost. I'm going to eliminate that result. The voice came from behind him. Squall watched as Lily was placed delicately on the couch. I'm going to remove the events from history. It doesn't matter if it's an event that will happen a day from now, a year from now, or 10 years from now. I will crush it in the bud. I will never again allow that. By allowing the flow of a love event to happen, my life to the life of someone I care about will be in danger. Razel had a demonic look in his eyes. Huh? I don't understand a single word you're saying, you idiot. It doesn't really matter. At that moment, Razel teleported. Because you're going to die here. Razel's hands glowed from the electricity coursing through his body. Let me introduce you to the new abilities I gained from your punishment. Electrifying palm. A great electric shock was entering Squall's ears into his brain. A strange sound was made as his eyes rolled around. Now, it's time to train. The time in which the brain sends a command to the body is less than 2/10 of a second. In less than that time, Razel obstructed the communication from the body to the brain of his enemy. In other words, the person momentarily lost control of his body and will not be able to send any sensations or receive commands from the brain. Eat this. Razel was beating the crap out of Squall at a great speed. This was his new ability gained from pain. God of Speed. Razel felt pain thanks to the electricity coursing through his body, but thanks to the damage from losing part of his body, gave him the strength he required to suppress that pain. The time was over. It was time to do it again. Razel electrocuted Squall again. It went on like this for several minutes. Razel prevented his body from sending the accumulated damage to the brain and preventing it from reacting in time. 30 minutes had passed. Finally, Razel had had enough of hitting him and letting his brain receive the sensation of damage. Cried out in pain Squall from all the blows he had received, and that sensation was collected by his brain. To make it more painful, Razel had amplified the sensation of pain. He didn't know how he did it, but he didn't care. He slowly approached Squall, who was now drooling from all the damage he had received. Razel put his hands on his stomach and said, "Try my new finishing move. Electric shock." His right hand recoiled, it glowed brightly, and then he slammed down hard on his enemy's stomach and a large beam of light pierced it. After a few seconds, Squall fell down dead. Now that it was all over, Razel went to Lily. He sat down, she saw him, got down on her knees, and then, "Hey!" Lily put her lips to his mouth and entwined her tongue with Razel's to be one. She hugged him too. Razel didn't understand what was going on, but he let himself go and hugged her too. "What was that for?" Razel asked after wiping the blood with saliva he had on his mouth. "That was my way of saying thank you. Razel-kun, I think I'm in love with you." Lily was looking at him with very wet eyes. Razel's mind, on the other hand. "Huh? Wait, this must not be happening. There's a mistake, It showed that he wasn't processing what happened. But, after a brief moment, "I'm a poor landless noble, does that work for you?" Lily was nodding. "I don't care, I'm poor and I never cared about riches. This is wrong." She was supposed to join the capture targets. Lily approached Razel to heal him. "She's certainly my type." Razel looked at Lily, a young woman of extreme beauty, with long silky blonde hair, sparkling eyes like stones from the sea, a slender figure, a firm butt, and very large breasts for her age. She was a work of art like Amy. "I wish for a harem as it is my reward for helping to save the world." A certain thought was going through Razel's mind. And yes, did he take the leading lady for me? A very scary one was. I mean, she doesn't seem to interact with the capture targets. What's worse is that after this, I will intensify my quest to destroy the enemies. The real problem is the Demon Kings. I hope that, without the power of love, the targets can defeat them. Believe it or not, I'm ugly. Hey? Razel-kun, you talk really weird stuff, you know. Lily took his hand. To me, you look just like any other boy. She smiled with her cheek still swollen. He closed his eyes. Forgive me, world, I'm going to be very selfish. I hope this doesn't affect saving the world. If you want to be with me, you must know that it is mandatory to have a legal wife. I know. Lily looked a little sad as she said it. Nobles have obligations, the nuns at the convent told me. That's why they told me that if a nobleman took me as his, I would be his mistress. Believe me, I don't mind being one, as long as I'm by your side. Razel hugged Lily, and she did too. In that case, I'll be sure to make you happy. I hope so. It's going to be a real pain in the ass to explain what happened here. Hehe, you better believe it. In the end, Razel had to tell that he was kidnapped along with Lily and say that the one responsible was Licht, a mysterious figure who didn't kill them because he wasn't related to the Black Crows. Epilogue, Volume 1. The end of the month had come. Due to certain problems secretly caused by me, the welcome party for the new students had been delayed until now. I was in my room changing into my uniform. While I was putting on my tie, someone knocked on the door. I told her to come in since I knew who it was. Razel-kun, are you ready? It was Lily. After the Squall incident, we were interrogated by many gentlemen. We were let off since we said that the culprit was a guy dressed in black, that is Licht. It's sad that I have to use my secret identity to save my ass. After they left us alone, I handed Amy and Leela a list that had names of possible high-ranking executives in the organization. They would spend some time finding out if they were and then kill them. After that day I decided on several things. I'm not going to wait for certain events to happen for the characters to sort it out. I'm going to nip it in the bud. The biggest evidence of what I say is true is in what I did last week. I eliminated a major bishop of the Church of the Three Gods. And not just any bishop, with my own hands I did away with the one who would become the bearer of the sin of lust. In the game, he was an important figure of those who would declare Lily a saint, but then he would become her enemy. I no longer care much about events, so now I will act on my own. It is for that reason that I apologize to the capture targets, but I took Lily as a bride. I have no idea how it happened, it just happened. She is pretty and very pleasant company. She accepted the idea of being my mistress when I have a legal wife, which means she supports the secret harem that I have. She just now hugged me. If you hug me, I can't put my tie on right. I just wanted to, is that wrong? I'm not about sentimental things, so I don't know what to do or say, so I'll just act embarrassed like in romantic comedies. I ducked my head, she seemed to think I'm shy. That's partly true, but I also have no idea about being sentimental. Ready? Now that I was ready, I took Lily's hand and we headed to the party room. That was where the welcome party would be held. There were no events today, so it would be a quiet day. In a window of the tallest buildings of the academy, stood a young man looking out over the capital. He was tall, and his hair was combed unruly with hair gel to give him a spiky style. His hair was a mix between blue and brown, giving a strange warm color, and his eyes were hazel green. He was in his senior year, and he was one of the extra capture targets. His name was Serge Siegburn, and he was one of the biggest problems in the game. Like CID, his route came with an event that interfered with the story. This guy was the ringleader during the rebellion of the commoners. This event continued with the Holy War and the struggle for the crown. The door was knocked and a boy entered. Come in. Boss, I bring news. A boy with a pleasant face and blonde hair entered. What do you bring me today, Gunter? He was Serge's right-hand man during the academy and even after his graduation. Gunter would tell him everything he knew. The topics were about the new students, things outside the academy, and even things that only the palace should know. Serge has a conflict with the nobles. Years ago, his younger sister was killed by one. He does not remember her face, only her clothes which were very luxurious. His adoptive father is from an important house of knights working as a merchant. In fact, the reason for adopting him was because despite being the son of a mistress, he was very smart. His expression is serious all the time as he hates the dark side of nobility. He dreams of creating a country where the oppressed have more rights than the oppressors. Let the sword of justice cut down those who enjoy hurting others. For that reason, Serge hated being a noble, he only agreed to go with his father to avenge his sister. I see, nothing really important. His friend gave him the latest news, but Serge showed disinterest. If that's all you have to say, thank you. You can retire to the freshman party if you like. Before Gunter turned away, he remembered something. That's right, I'd forgotten about this big scandal. Scandal? Serge asked curiously. Gunter told him. You see, this happened recently. I walked with Lily straight to the party room. Our hands were clasped together, before we got there we would let go. It would be so annoying if they found out about us. Before we got to the door. That's enough. I heard some strange shouting. I can't take it anymore. When we walked in, for some reason a strangely familiar scene was occurring. In the middle of the room, there were the 5 capture targets and the Villainess. CID was standing near the door, clenching his fists. I approached to ask him what was going on here. Hey, what's this ruckus? Without turning to look at me he said. That stupid half-brother of mine crossed the line. What do you mean? I asked curiously. CID answered me. Elize was with His Highness offering him a drink, but he refused. After a while, she asked him if he wanted something to eat and he also refused. But, a few seconds ago, she asked him that, if he would grant her his hand to dance a piece, that's what started this. What? Are you telling me that he started a fight over a stupid thing? Elize, I can't stand you anymore. But Your Highness, I was just trying to. Silence. The prince shouted at the Villainess. I feel weird, it's like having déjà vu. I know what you're trying to do, hideous woman, that's why I can't take it anymore. Hey? What did she say? For that reason. Everyone will find out what kind of woman you are. From my place, I watched as Eliza's Villainess's eyes widened like saucers. Your Highness, you will not mean. The prince smiled strangely. That's right. Everyone, listen up. Silence haunted the hall. Even the teachers themselves were confused. This woman who is supposed to be my betrothed is actually a greedy witch. Witch? Your Highness, I beg you, please don't. She is only with me for one reason only. Your Highness, I beg you, please don't say it. Elize's eyes showed she wanted to cry at any moment while holding the prince's shirt. She desires the benefits of the imperial family. Do you know why? Your Highness, please. The prince's mouth made a crescent while Elize's red eyes became even redder from her tears. It's simple, your family fell into ruin. Elize's face was covered in tears. While me, I knew nothing of this. I looked at Cid to verify that what he said was true. He nodded slightly, he knew it. But wasn't this ever part of the game? The Rosenberg household was prosperous in the game and was destroyed only in the villainous endgame. Wait. The villainous ending. Don't tell me this is it. Just as you hear it. One of our 7 duke houses is actually a ruined house with a gigantic debt. Please, don't say any more. Worst of all, the one responsible for all this was your father. The former duke left his duchy bankrupt, and as part of the debt they have, the family had to surrender almost all their territory and move to the capital to prevent them from escaping like your other relatives. Your Highness. I beg you. What a thing to say. This is something that never came up in the game, let alone on the forums. Is the reality of this world and the game taking another form? That's why I wouldn't go near the prince. Lily said something. What do you mean? I asked her, very curious. And she answered me. There were times when he would invite me to tea parties or go for walks with him. I did once, but after that, I never wanted to go near him again. Hey? The heroine didn't want to get together with Prince Charming. But right now, there was nothing charming about this guy. We went out downtown, and he was behaving strangely. He treated the girls in the cafe we went to as if they were vulgar women. In front of me, he started flirting with a girl. And even to a pregnant woman, he said if he could do it with her. It was very unpleasant. Every time he sent me a letter for a party, he rejected it under the excuse of having too much homework. Hey, Lily, what you're saying is really scary stuff. The main capture target. The man who will become the White Knight. But most of all, the one who will be the next emperor is actually an asshole. No, this is definitely not like in the juice. That's the reason fellows are that I can't stand having this woman. This money-sucking parasite by my side. Watch Elize, who finally started to cry. Your Highness, you are wrong, you are wrong. What am I wrong about a horrible woman? His tone was very aggressive, this guy was not sane. Are you going to deny that you and your vile mother do not wish to pay her debt? It is for that reason that you want to stick by my side. You only care about money like a fortune hunter. Elize looked like a child while the mucus ran down her nose. You're wrong, Your Highness. I and my mother don't wish for that. I really want to be by your side. Elize spoke like a little girl apologizing for breaking a valuable vase. I don't know what's worse, that you want to deny the truth or that you're defending your greedy mother. I beg you, don't talk about my mother like that. You don't know what she and I went through. Don't make me laugh. A fortune hunter is and always will be one. There's a reason your father abandoned them, why they're both hideous on the outside and on the inside. Elize ducked her head so no one would see her cry. A lot of fluids fell to the floor while she clutched her shirt. The prince abruptly removed his hands and Elize fell to the floor. Your Highness, what have I done to you to make you treat me like this? Did I do something wrong? I will change that, but please take that back. I will not bother you again if you wish. Elize clutched at the prince's pants with one hand while trying to stand up. You're right. Apologize like the horrible woman you are from the ground, ha ha ha. Your Highness. I'm sorry. Whatever I did, I apologize. But, stop please, stop insulting my mother and my house, you can insult me all you want, but, not my family. Now she looked almost like a dog while trying to cling to the prince, but he gave her a light kick to push her back. Cid couldn't take it anymore and came out to defend Elize. Stop this nonsense at once, Regulux. What the hell do you think you're doing? Shut your mouth, you false prince. The third prince fell to his hand. This is no longer part of the game. This is something bordering on impossible to believe. This is between me and this hideous woman. An impostor like you has no right to meddle with the third candidate for succession. Cid stopped instantly, bit his lip, and looked down. The influence of the third prince on the fourth is really great for him to do nothing. Elize, the best way to make me happy and take it back is simple. The prince's tone was dark and something only a bastard would say. Bow down on your knees, beg forgiveness for being a horrible woman and then, break off our engagement. Only then will I take it back. The lines and events are different, but without a doubt, this is the end of the Villainess. But, that ending was to happen at the graduation party when they have finished the academy. Elize stared at the prince, a trace of darkness showed in her eyes. She at that moment turned her head, and our gazes met. Seeing her face covered in tears and pain, a certain memory came to my mind at that instant. I'll look forward to Saturday, Razel. That little girl who would get joyful over a simple guest had grown into a beautiful young woman. Her beautiful face showed what she looked like in the endgame. The face of a wrong end of a wrong life. If she hadn't bothered the protagonist, none of this would have happened. But, Lily told me that this girl never bothered her. She gave her advice to support her. That's why I don't understand anything anymore. This is supposed to be the world of that Otome game. The characters are the same. The events are supposed to flow normally, but then... what is this murderous rage I feel? I watched as her mouth moved to say words that even if I knew how to read lips, I would have understood. Razel, you came at last. Elize knelt down to strike a dogza pose. Her head was slowly lowering. Elize of Rosenberg household. I apologize, for being a horrible woman ruining His Highness Regulux's life. She was saying that with a tone of sadness and sorrow. I couldn't take it anymore and walk over to a table. For that reason. I want to. Before she could finish saying her lines, a plate was flying at high speed at the prince. Lambert stopped it. But it wasn't just one, almost all the plates flew straight at the prince. What do you think you're doing? Lambert was addressing the one who threw the plates. That is, at me. I'm sorry. I wanted to kill a despicable fly, but I missed. Everyone's gaze, including hers, turned to me. Razel. Lambert from his position questioned me. Fly, are you making fun of us? It's obvious you were aiming at the prince, I could feel your bloodlust for a while now, but I didn't imagine it was you. Oh, really? Is that so? Anyway, if that's the case I'm guilty. But you can't deny it to me, since, that big piece of shit only talks trash coming out of his grotesque mouth. Are you out of your mind? Lambert said. In response to that, I thought for a moment. I am a guardian in the shadows. For some reason, I woke up in this world. A very dangerous world where the captured targets and the protagonist were supposed to save it. But, that same protagonist mentioned that she did not want to be with the prince. At the same time, the Villainess was being bullied and scorned by her fiancé. As a guardian in the shadows, there is the only thing to do. Kick this fucking piece of shit's ass. Fuck the future White Knight and the new Emperor. I'm going to be the one to take out the 4 Demon Kings so Lily won't have to go near these guys. I will become so strong, I will be the only one to be called a Demon King. Sure. After all, that stupid guy you call a prince dares to bother my childhood friend. Elize's eyes started to regain their sparkle when I said that. Are you out of your mind? This is the 3rd crown prince you've disrespected, the execution of your family and yours is imminent. Not if another member of the imperial family backs him. Cid approached me. I, the 4th prince, endorse whatever this boy says. At the end of the day, it's the truth that comes out of his mouth. Suddenly, the other 3 chimed in as well. Prince Cid, His Highness Regulux did it because he couldn't stand this woman anymore, mind your own business. Oscar was saying. It's true, no man likes to have a woman attached to him like a bug. Belange added. That aside, who are you to meddle with His Highness? Manifested Jake in a very smug manner. My goal was to live these 2 years as a background character in the shadows and help in any way I can to save the world, but... these guys are real jerks. The kind of popular guys who don't recognize that they've done something wrong. The kind I hate the most. I already said it, a bunch of useless guys. Besides being idiots, you're deaf, I'm her childhood friend and I'll defend her from assholes like you. Goodbye, to my life as a background character at the Academy. I will tolerate no more disrespect to His Highness. Lambert became serious. He was looking at me with murderous intent. If Amy were here, this kid would have his head rolling on the floor by now. I came up with something better than fighting here, said the bastard prince. Let's have a duel, and not just any duel, a joust. That is just like it was in the game. The 5 of us against the 2 of you. The winner will wish anything for the loser. We'll go one-on-one, is that okay with you? Even the fighting method is identical. I don't get it. What he does is not normal, but his lines are. Sounds good to me. I agreed, but CID. I agree. Regulux, I'll make you regret it. It seems. I don't need to watch him anymore, he won't become the bearer of the cardinal sin. I hope. Good. The duel will be next week. Since there's a holiday coming up and no school all week, it'll be the perfect setting for us to prepare. I stared at him. Our eyes met firmly. With that said, let's go boys. The bastard prince turned and walked off with his dogs. Lambert sent me a murderous glare. Truly, the worst enemy to face is him. Lily ran over to help Eli to her feet. Our eyes stared at each other. She just said. Why are you showing up now? Truthfully, I don't know what to answer you. But, we have to get ready for another week. And hit those idiots really hard. The night in the capital was bustling. Many people were strolling or shopping. Their lives were quiet. At a fried wings stall, someone was eating. That person wore a hooded cloak to hide its face. He bought several wings. As he ate one of them as if it were the most delicious thing in the world, he said something revealing. I wonder if, in this world there will be reincarnated. The figure walked as if he were one of the inhabitants of this world, but he was not. As the minutes passed, it faded away. No one knew who it was, much less its purpose. Interlude. The day the light dimmed. It was a Saturday night, and several people were walking down a busy street. Suddenly, the traffic light changed to green. A couple of older women were chatting about an event. Is it serious? Yes. It was last week. Good heavens! What horrible news! No doubt. The youth of today, I don't know what things they think about. A person came up near them. I don't know what his family must be going through. Really, what must that boy have been thinking of to commit suicide? Imagine jumping onto the tracks of a train. At that moment, the light changed to red. It was time to cross the street. A garbage truck was coming at speed, but out of nowhere. A strange shadow appeared surrounding the truck. The driver was caught by the shadow and it took hold of him. He put the pedal to the metal to go at full speed. A young man was crossing the street at that moment and a woman screamed because how she saw a boy get run over. Not only that, the boy was scattered in pieces in the surroundings, and his torso was under the tires of the truck. But that wasn't the only thing. Get away! What are you doing? Different events were happening in different parts of the world. Car crashes, plane crashes, train crashes, boat crashes, homicides. At the top of Tokyo, the tower was a shadow watching everything. More. I need more, dark energy, to level up, and kill them. The system is in ruins, the others too, they will realize. This time. I will destroy it, the world, will enter its final phase. The strange shadow then turned its gaze to a window of a house. In it, a girl was playing a video game. Damn you! Why is it so hard to kill that bloody knight? This game sucks. The girl threw the controller onto the bed and immediately lay down on it. Then she checked her phone and muttered. That stupid big brother hasn't answered my messages for a while now. Next time I see him, I'm going to beat him up. The mysterious shadow saw her and from the back of its black color, a sinister smile showed. The cycle will end soon. Ilia. Interlude. Lux and Lam. In a corridor of the academy corridor was Prince Regulux walking calmly. His hands were inside his pockets, and suddenly, he was called from behind by a familiar voice. Your Highness, excuse me, may I have a moment of your attention? Lambert was behind. Regulux turned around with a smile in his eyes. What do you need from me? I'd like to talk about what happened earlier. Regulux put his finger to his chin to remember what Lambert was talking about. After coming to his mind what he was talking about, he made an O expression. What about it? Lambert answered him. I understand you're upset, but she's still your fiancée. Your Highness, can't you? Lambert cut off his words when Regulux called him in a very familiar way. Lambert's eyes widened. Didn't I tell you to call me casually when we're alone? I don't like my childhood best friend and the one I consider a close brother to call me like everyone else. For some reason, Lambert lowered his gaze and blushed. Sorry. Luxury. That's right. Well, about what you say. Lux, are you seriously going to go through with this? Regulus looked at Lambert with a disinterested look. Lam. You know that, don't you? You know how much she screwed me over and tried to control my life. I know. But, still, this is a compromise that her father, His Majesty, approved. My father is an overprotective man with me. Once I explain to him what happened, he will agree with me. Lambert saw him say that with a big smile. I understand. And, about the duel. Regulus scratched his head as he closed his eyes. I'm not interested. I simply agreed since it would be interesting, after all. Isn't it funny that a low-ranking noble would challenge me to a duel? I'm sure he'll soon come to apologize to me and refuse the duel. Or, he'll want to make a deal with me, ha ha ha. Lambert was Regulus's sword. Since childhood, he had sworn it. Regulus was the character who spoke of love, peace, and ending problems by talking. But right now none of that coordinated with his role. You do ask that, do you think I'm going to lose? Lambert put his foot down and with his hand on his heart said. I will never allow it. I will personally defeat you that day or much sooner if you wish. I was just coming to confirm your feelings. Regulus smiled in a very childish way. That's the way to talk. Besides, I'm sure the palace will be happy if that ruined house disappears. I couldn't really tell you if that will be the case, but, I fully trust Lux and his words. Good. Let's calmly wait for that day. Yes. Lambert gave a half-turn after saying goodbye. At that moment, Regulus made a twisted expression. Ha ha ha. Rosenberg household is a pain in the ass. Regulus put a finger to his nose and picked it hard. His handsome face was distorted from what he was doing. That was because at the end of the day, they are destined for ruin according to the game. He was a reincarnate just like Razel. The only weird thing here is that the protagonist didn't come to me. What's worse is that I made sure that no one's route but mine happens. Even the reverse harem route I managed to eliminate. But that idiot hasn't come to seduce me, and that's why I got distracted by other women. Elize is a beautiful woman, but she's an idiot trying to get me to improve my manners. Wow, what a stupid, hateful bitch. I should send assassins after her and her mother as soon as possible. But, since I'm the wonderful, charming, righteous prince, I shouldn't have to, ha 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 ha. Regulus laughed in a disgusted manner. He continued on his way as he laughed and muttered. I don't care who that guy is. The only thing that really matters is that I will win since I am a future White Knight. I don't even have to worry about my older brothers since they will kill each other sooner or later and the throne will be mine. Regulus was a person who was born to have the throne according to the game. I can't wait to live the happy and luxurious life that I couldn't have in my previous life, ha 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 ha. He walked calmly while laughing wickedly. Looking forward to the day of the duel, just as it was in the game. Side story: Lily Root. The protagonist Lily, is an ordinary girl of commoner origin. She was born with the magical attribute of light, to be exact of the healing type. In that world healing magic was necessary but not very important. So it was until Lily heard the voice of the goddess Alexia and became a saint, an existence blessed by the goddess. As a girl with no high education or prestige, she has been recruited into the academy thanks to a random official passing by her convent. Many things happened and Lily entered the academy, where according to the story of the game, she would spend happy days together with the capture targets and unpleasant moments thanks to the villain and the problems of school and love events. But thanks to the power of love, she would live with her head held high to get ahead. That was the protagonist with a cheerful and energetic personality. Quite the opposite of the present girl. Lily was locked in her room. The lights were off, and she was in her blanket covered up like a little girl. She was trembling as her cheerful face was distorted by fear and stress. Lily thought as she looked like a frightened cat. Please, don't let them come. I don't want to see them again. It's been a couple of weeks since she entered the academy. I don't want this anymore. No, no. On the first day, she met a boy at the entrance who was contemplating the statues of the three gods. She kept staring at him because of his handsome face, and when the boy turned to leave, she found herself staring at him. Lily ran away. In her homeroom, the cliché event of meeting the person she recently saw again unfolded. Lily pointed out the prince as all cliché. After that, they all laughed and began to engage in conversation. At first, Lily did not dislike talking to Prince Regulus at all. Some time later she met other people related to him. Lambert, a boy who always passed by the third prince. Then Belange by bringing him a bottle of water for his hard training. She met Oscar after hearing a piano playing. Upon entering the room, she clapped her hands saying it was a beautiful melody. She finally met Jake through a comical event of being late for Professor John's class. That was how Lily met them all. She was a very social person, but as time went on she preferred to be alone. The reason was, I can't stand any of them. Because those 5 were really obnoxious people. Jake is a very self-conscious kid with his father. Plus, he won't shut up. Shut up, Jake, shut up already please. Oscar is a narcissist of the worst kind. He only wants to talk about himself. Or about things that interest them like his grandfather's position. For a guy, he's really very annoying with his feminine cares, he makes me feel weird talking to him. Belange. He's a jerk. No, a super muscle-bound jerk. That guy has a really repulsive conflict about wanting to be number 1, he's always trying to compete with Lambert in a sick way. The worst part is that when he gets upset, it's scary. He yelled at me once and from then on I stopped wanting to talk to him. Lambert is one of the darkest people I've ever seen. I get scared just being in the same place as him. I feel like he will murder me if I do anything wrong. Once we went to a restaurant for lunch, and he looked at me with a face that said I was doing everything, I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. But I can't. I want to run away from these guys, but the main problem with all of them is Prince Regulux. That guy scares me more than any other. The event of meeting the villain had happened. Lily instantly understood why Duke Rosenberg's daughter was looking at her with macabre intent. Still, she remembered that Lily was walking with Regulux down a hallway at night. The reason was that Lily was being stalked by the prince. Professor Manfred asked her to take some papers to his office, and it was there that she found Prince Regulux. He was waiting for her to come out to pretend it was mere chance. Lily was terrified. She was in a cold sweat as the prince talked to her about absurd things about the imperial family. Lily didn't really care about that, in fact, she had never developed dark intentions toward people. But if given the chance, she would seek to hire assassins to take care of those 5. Such was Lily's state of mind, constantly being stalked by 5 individuals. It didn't matter if it was morning, noon, or night. If it was a weekend or a vacation. They would always look to want to spend time with her. As they walked, Elize, the Duke's villainous daughter, appeared. He would ask them things like, "Why is your highness standing next to that woman at this time of night? And I understand that your highness wants to look for potential mistresses, but you should consider your status before appearance." Regulux was annoyed. She chided Elize as she blatantly placed her hand on Lily's shoulder and pulled her close against her chest. "Elize, didn't I tell you that affairs of engagement within the academy were forbidden? Besides, unlike you, she doesn't seek only the benefits of the imperial family." Lily wanted to cry, she was scared. She was scared of the person who could send her to the gallows with just a command, but she was more scared of the woman who seemed to think she was trying to steal her fiancé. Lily wanted to scream at her. "I don't want anything to do with him, please take him away, I really beg you." Elize kept saying things to the prince, but he kept responding with nonsense. In the end, Elize left as she started to get a headache, but not before giving Lily a threatening look. Once she left the papers in the professor's office, Lily went back to her room to cry. "I don't want this. I want to live in peace away from them." That was what happened yesterday. Once she got up, Lily heard the door to her room being knocked on by a woman. "Miss Lily, His Highness Regulux wishes to see you in 15 minutes in the sitting room of your dormitory." Lily immediately stood up and covered her mouth. She was trembling as her eyes grew large. A thought flashed through her mind. "I don't want to go, but, if I don't go, who knows what he would do to the children and nuns at the convent." Lily got out of bed crying, her hair was disheveled, and bags under her eyes were visible. As she walked down that hallway, Lily thought several times about jumping out the window. Hey? What's going on? Lily's mind was in the clouds, she didn't understand what was going on. She was in a large party room, and around her were the 5 capture targets. And in front of her was the villain's daughter shouting something. Because Lily took some sleeping and stress pills, her mind has been wandering lately. As a side effect of ingesting pills daily, she was deaf. From the expressions on their faces, Prince Regulux was upset and speaking in a loud tone. Her fiancé was teary-eyed as he pointed at Lily. It has been 2 years since she entered the academy. After the first cycle of classes, her grades plummeted. It was due to Prince Regulux's influence that she was not expelled. That also created unease among the other nobles. Lily lived in a panic because of the possibility that events such as kidnapping and attempted murders would happen again. So she was forced to live with the prince in a separate building built by the influence of the imperial family. Every night Lily locked her room and then slept in the closet. The reason was that once the prince tried to enter her room and could not. The very idea of one of them touching her generated disgust and revulsion in her. Lily had lost the bright smile she used to show to others. Not even the letters from the convent that came to her every week could make her any better. The prince thought they were a nuisance to her. So he closed the convent thinking she would get better. All it did was make Lily close her heart. For that reason, a few moments ago she was shamelessly hugged by Prince Regulux. Lily looked like a dead fish. She stopped talking and only moved her mouth to eat something or drink. It was then that Elize appeared. Lily wanted to tell her with what little strength her consciousness had left before it shut down from the side effects. Please, don't hate me. I don't want this, I'm a victim. There is nothing good about this guy. I beg you, help me, anyone. Please release me from this suffering. Strange words came out of her mouth, those words were game dialogues, but in her current situation, it was just the Otome game world advancing normally in the event. Let's be friends, Elize-san. Together we can be the betrothed of His Highness. Lily didn't understand why he said that, but it didn't matter as she fainted after that. 4 years had passed. The holy war against the demonic continent had ended. Many had died, including 2 of the capture targets. Half of the empire was destroyed and part of the world is uninhabitable. A Western-style church was the current location. Inside, many people were seated. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the wedding event of Prince Regulux and Saint Lily, including his official lovers. Lily walked in a beautiful pure white wedding dress. Arriving at the altar, Prince Regulux and the surviving capture targets were happy. After the veil was removed, the ceremony began. Everyone present was joyful, but not because of Lily or the wedding, but because they belonged to the faction of the next emperor. The war for the succession of the imperial crown had consummated with a great separation of the empire. Half of the largest empire in the world was only a mere shadow at present. Of the 7 dukes, only 3 remained. Many lived between the first and second princes. The 4th prince became a dark being and had to be sacrificed. In the midst of that chaos, a rebellion broke out among the commoners led by Serge. They were fed up with the selfish way the nobles acted. Internal war on different battlefields, coupled with a world war. The result for the poor victims left a dark future for the survivors. Without taking into account the poisoning of the world, Prince Regulux shouted during the war. Do not falter. Even if you die, you will die for the future of the country. Many did not want to fight. If they had a chance to escape they would, but there was not a single safe place in the world. Yes, if they had the chance to be able to avoid this war, they would. If someone knew that these misfortunes were going to happen and could nip them in the bud, the people of this reality would be on their knees begging for that savior. It would be the same as seeing a bright light in a vast sea of darkness. A light that came to save them all from that dark future. Now that the ceremony was over, it was time to kiss the bride. Lily, I love you. Unlike that hideous woman, you fill me with joy, said Prince Regulux after remembering that day. The day his former fiancée was executed. He burst out laughing after seeing her corpse and her expression of pain while still dead. Tears were pouring from her eyes. The people inside the church stood up, all of them were winners as the new emperor will give them benefits for helping him. What he does not know is that many of them are traitors and conspirators who supported the demon clan. Even those who eliminated the children and had fun with the nuns in the convent before selling them to the lawless city were present. Now that city is the new imperial capital as the previous one was destroyed by the witch Amy before she died. Lily had a thought just before she touched the prince's lips. You will all die with me. You are all despicable as human beings. You don't care about others and only prefer to save your own skin. A few minutes before the ceremony started, Lily went to the lower part of the church and broke a toxic gas pipe that was built to eliminate the invaders in the neighborhoods of the district where poor families lived. Among those families, a man who looked like a bear was killing enemy soldiers while trying to generate a path for his family to flee, but to no avail, as they fell in the streets afterward. The toxic gas was colorless and odorless. Lily used her magic to slow the effects, especially on these 3. With a fond smile, she said. I hope they all burn in hell. Lily cursed them all as she watched them vomit blood, herself included. That was the happy ending in the game for Lily after playing along in reality. That was bound to happen, so the present Lily was. Good morning. Good morning. Lily was somehow greeting a rare boy. Love events had been popping up for a while, but she wasn't present at any of them. Razel Kun, do you have anything to do today? Nothing, actually. In fact, I was going to go eat out. I heard from CID that there's a really good restaurant for a low price. Lily clasped her hands together in prayer and with a smile said. Can I come with you? I don't mind at all. But are you sure you don't have anything pending or to do later? Lily remembered being summoned to a tea party for Prince Regulux, but she ignored him. She found him utterly unpleasant to be with. When they talked, it was only to praise himself. Fortunately, he didn't seem to be a stalker boy. Not at all. Let's go as soon as possible, or else it'll fill up fast. Lily was pushing a boy by the name of Razel from behind. Her face showed a happiness she could never have experienced in the game. Whether for better or for worse. Lily was living just as the game said. Cheerful and happy girl who lives a quiet life with the people she loves. Side story: Elize root. The villainous daughter of the game, a girl named Elize, was born in one of the best cradles of the empire. The only daughter and heiress of Duke Rosenberg. This is the story of the villainess up to her end. Elize was walking down a corridor with her retinue. After several steps, she encountered something that disturbed her greatly. It was her fiancé, Prince Regulux. He was standing next to a woman holding hands. Elize was not bothered by her fiancé holding another woman's hand. It bothered her that he does so with a woman of commoner origin. Your Highness, may I ask you to refrain from doing that? Regulux turned in annoyance to see his betrothed's face. Elize, I remember telling you that you will not speak to me while we are in the Academy's domain, do I not? I remember, but that was about palace matters. No, about women who want to earn something for giving you their services. Eliza's gaze looked intently at the poor girl who hid behind the prince. Regulux noticed that and became very upset. Elize, you! I will not tolerate you disrespecting Lily. Regulux was annoyed and grabbed Lily by the hand to leave. Before they left, Elize looked at Lily's face, which was showing a dark glow for some reason. After they left, a girl from her entourage said to her. Miss Elize, is this okay? She didn't look at the girl, just replied. Yes, it is what he wants. She felt no affection for him. She cared only for the welfare of her household. Elize was willing to marry an old, fat, unpleasant man if necessary. Her feet moved to move on, but not before she noticed someone sitting in the garden. It was there that her eyes changed their expression to one of pure hatred. Elize was sitting on one of the chairs in the garden. She was clutching her head, she was hungry. The reason for that was that the headmaster had called her to his office. There was Prince Regulux and Lily. His expression was one of a victorious, arrogant smile. Why was I called here, headmaster? The headmaster looked at Elize in a concerted manner. Miss Rosenberg, I have heard from your fiancé that you have sent members of your entourage to torment Miss Lily, is it true? Before Elize could answer, the prince said. It's not a question, Mr. Headmaster, it's a statement. I personally questioned those girls and they said they were part of that woman's entourage. Regulux pointed his index finger at her. Elize looked at him with an irritated face, not at him, but at Lily. She knew that wasn't true. But, she couldn't tell if those girls really did it because they thought she was upset or because they really hated this girl. Since House Rosenberg is a house in ruins, their vassals gone, almost all of them, they had to accept people of dubious repute to serve them. Elize felt no attachment to any of them, but she had no choice. You are mistaken, Your Highness, I did not send anyone to bully that woman. You lie. Regulux shouted in annoyance that Elize didn't recognize him. You are indeed a horrible woman. Why won't you acknowledge it, you are so envious of my relationship with Lily. Elize felt a pang in her heart. Her mouth twitched and she said something unexpected. Are you such an idiot that you don't realize that woman is using you? She covered her mouth for not understanding the reason for saying it. Pitifully, Elize was suspended for a week for offending the prince. Elize was at home, the office that was her father's was now occupied by her mother, Duchess Rosenberg. Eli, why did you do it? I'm sorry. His mother was known as a harpy in the game. A hideous woman after driving away or getting rid of her husband took full control of the Duke's household. The current boss, a woman by the name of Barbara, was speaking to her daughter in a tone of both reproach and comfort. "Mother, I'm sorry, it just slipped out. I understand. I know it's horrible to put you through this, but we have no choice. Thanks to that man, we have to live with the consequences of his actions." "Mother, do you hate my father?" Her mother's mouth twitched slightly. "I hate him deeply. I didn't care if he wanted to spend money and women, alcohol, slaves, or other grotesque services. I hate him because he preferred to shut up and run away to or watch the house his family built for years be torn down by his own hands." His mother began to cry. I really don't want to put you through this. Even if that prince is a stupid, dirty bastard. We have no choice but that. The Imperial Palace accepted your engagement years ago. If we were to cancel it, it will be the end of us. We would have to live on the streets or in the red light district selling our bodies for a plate of food." Her mother stood up and went to hug her daughter. I'm sorry, just bear it. I'll support you in anything you want. Unlike me, I'd like you to be happy." Tears were falling from that woman who was considered a harpy in the game. Elize also began to cry and hugged her mother tightly. "It's so frustrating. That commoner is brainwashing him, and he doesn't realize she's just using him. It's really frustrating and painful to have to eat my feelings. I want to scream, Mom. It's okay, my child, just hang in there until you are married and have an heir. After that, you can live apart from him, being only his legal wife." That was what Elize remembered as she sat there. Her stomach was hungry since she didn't eat anything due to lack of money. Then, a student sat near her. Noticing the student, her eyes widened like saucers. "Ah!" She mumbled something as she watched the student eat. The student just looked at her and said, "Do you want one? I have plenty." It was embarrassing to ask for food from someone else. And even more, so that Elize knew that boy. She turned her face away from him and replied, "No thanks." Her stomach made a loud rumbling sound. She wanted to cry from the embarrassment of not having to eat. The student stood up and left. Elize quickly raised her gaze to look at his back. Then, her eyes began to get moist. Not before realizing that the student's food pouch was near her. She cried. She didn't know why, but every bite made her shed tears. Years went by. That despicable, damned woman. Elize was changing into a fancy dress. May both he and that woman burn in hell together. Today was the graduation party for the students. I haven't been quiet for 2 years for them to come and spit in my face like this. A few minutes ago, a letter came through her door. Elize no longer had a cohort as they all either abandoned her or were expelled. So now she had to do things alone. The letter said, "We broke up, I finally got approval from the palace and our engagement is broken off. I will be with the one I truly love and not an ugly woman at heart like you, ha ha ha." Elize was as angry as ever as angry tears streamed down her cheeks. She sneaked out of her room after getting dressed. After arriving at the grand ballroom, she found the prince holding hands with Lily. Elize cried out. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness?" Everyone stared at Elize. Regulux, the other boys, and Lily turned to see who was making a fuss. There, everyone's gazes were dark. "What do you mean? Don't play dumb, you know damn well what I'm talking about." The villainous face as her dialogue fell into place as her final event said. "Oh, that." Regulux smiled, it was a wicked smile. "What don't you understand? Lily understands me better than anyone else, she doesn't see me like you and the others, a buffoon that they can profit from for their own interests. She's the first person who sees me as a human being. For that reason, and that she possesses great healing power. It's just that the palace and the temple agree." Elize looked at him with a tense face. "Don't you understand that these same people are your enemies? They seek to use you and that's why they don't care who they trample on. Your Highness, the woman next to you doesn't know what etiquette or nobility is, does Your Highness really want this woman to be part of the imperial family?" Regulux sneered at her. "Don't talk nonsense. Your kindness is what this country needs. You don't need to be the one to reproach me for anything. First of all, we know about all the harassment you've caused poor Lily. An ugly woman in looks and heart, that's what you are." The surroundings laughed at Elize. "That's right, how pathetic must you be for your fiancé to leave you for someone else? I bet she was cheating on him and that's why the prince acted like that. Everyone, say it with me. Apologize, you hideous woman. Regulus pointed at Elize just like in the game, even the same dialogue, but that dialogue seemed sinister compared to the game. Apologize. 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 Elize couldn't stand the unacerbated voices from the surrounding area any longer and turned around to leave. At that moment, Lily stopped her and spoke the words that made her sanity snap. Let's get along, Elize-san. Together we can be the prince's wives. After turning around, she glared at Lily who was smiling. What the hell is this woman talking about? It was you who made me suffer for 2 years. And you want us to get along? How long is that woman going to keep making fun of me? Regulus supported what Lily said. You see. As expected of the future saint of the empire. Her heart is so big, she's willing to forgive and be friends with a hideous woman like the Duke's daughter. She couldn't take it anymore. He pulled off a glove and threw it in Lily's face. The glove was quickly caught by Lambert. The prince changed his sneering expression to one of anger. You, hideous woman, you dare to do that to my future wife? Unforgivable. Regulus took her hand and in a loving manner said. Lily, accept the duel. I will be your representative. There is nothing to fear, I will put an end to any pestilence or danger that threatens our peace and love. If His Highness will participate, I will be her sword and yours of course. Lambert said, settling the decorative sword he held. If there's a fight to be had, count me in, I'll take down anyone for Lily's sake. Belle-Ange added as she slapped her right palm with her fist. Heavens, I can't allow a lady to be put in danger for such nonsense. Lily-san, I will also fight by your side as your representative. Oscar expressed while adjusting his tie. Hey, you must be really sick in the head to challenge my future wife. No matter who she is, the Fitzclarence house has already declared her as the next mistress of the future head. Jake indicated, smiling arrogantly. After seeing his companions who also wanted to fight for the sake of the same woman, Regulus with gauntlet in hand pointed to Elize. Elize, it's decided, the 5 of us will be your representatives. Now, choose your representatives. Elize knew what she did was stupid, but Lily smiling at her after all that managed to make her calm heart darken. I'll fight alone. She said it was due to the fact that no one could help her. The 5 smiled and the prince proclaimed. Fine. If you win, I'll leave Lily. But, if I win. And I will win since the power of our love is greater and stronger than anything. You will be punished severely for opposing the future prince's wife and saint of the empire. Elize said nothing and only watched the man who was to be her husband take by the hand a woman who was unfit for a member of the royal family. And so, the fated day came. And just as expected, Elize had to fight the 5. Unlike the game, the duel between several men against one woman was a grotesque event for those who neither supported the prince nor were allies of Elize but felt sorry for her. The end of the villainous daughter certainly came to make way for the happy world of the protagonist. It was the central square of the imperial capital. Climbing up some stairs was Elize, the former villainess's daughter. She is called X since, thanks to her former fiancé, she lost her title, and her house was destroyed in its entirety. Her mother was exiled from the country, but for some reason, the knights who were taking her to the border reported that bandits assaulted them and they were unable to protect the former duchess. They said this while calmly drinking wine. Elize was covered with bruises, and lashes, malnourished from not having eaten for days, and a look of no longer caring about her life. This was the fate that awaited the cruel villainous daughter. A hideous girl who only wanted to save her home. Elize with her dull eyes watched from a distance as she was laughed at and booed. In a box was the prince, her former fiancé, the good-hearted and peace-loving capture target, that same individual eating popcorn while holding Lily's hand who was also dull-eyed. It was there that Elize just noticed that Lily was yet another victim. A victim of something called a plot of a girl's game. As the noose was placed around her neck and broadcast live for all to see. Elize remembered something as the executioner put his hand on a button. I want to play with you again. Razel. A tear came down as Elize's legs were left in the air. That was the end of the cruel villainess. But, at this moment, something unexpected was happening. The event of her ruin was coming forward in an unexpected way. But besides that, what do you think you're doing? A simpleton boy by the name of Razel had thrown a plate in the direction of Prince Regulus. Lambert stopped him, everyone's gaze, especially Elize's who was crying, turned to his. I'm sorry. I wanted to kill a despicable fly, but I failed. Elize shed tears. They were not tears of pain, but of happiness. She had only a discomfort like a heartfelt desire. That wish was to return to the happiest stage of her life. Razel. And, that wish was fulfilled. The fate of the world is not written in stone. If there is an outcome where misfortune comes to all, there will be someone to end that cycle. And that someone is a light that shines in the depths of darkness. And the villainess's daughter found that light she wanted to see again, never to let her go again. Author's Notes, Volume 1. Hello everyone, it's me, Siegburn the author. It's a pleasure to have you support me by at least reading what I write. What can I tell you about this work other than what the characters themselves tell? The main reason for this story is to expand my universe. I know there will be things you may not understand, but unlike 99.99% of series or novel stories you see, mine will take you back to other stories or volumes to understand what happened or will happen. I hope you enjoy this story, since in Volume 4 of my other story, World Ixion/Saga, I will also upload it but little by little in time. It talks about an Otome game that the developers copied or put things from that game and back again. I don't think I have more to say here. The last thing I will say is to please enjoy this story if it ever gets serialized. Also, what do you think of the characters? And which one is your favorite or the one you hate the most? Those kinds of things I'd like to know.